All right, are we back? Because now I have control of my panel once again. Finally, god damn, man, shit just froze. I had no control. I wouldn't have been able to show you guys anything. It's also hot as hell in LA for this last week, so I have my industrial size wind tunnel fan going off. So if it's messing up the sound, let me know. If you guys can't hear over the wind tunnel, I may have to turn it down. But if you guys can hear me, let me know in the chat, please. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, we back on up. We back up. We back up. I don't know what that StreamYard's just literally just locked. I have no idea what happened. The whole damn thing locked up. Luckily, though, I didn't. All I had to do was shut off the live stream and start it again. So whatever it was the live stream. It was something in the live stream. So, what up, people? We back. We back on this hot ass Saturn's day. The sound is good. All right, for sure. Cause I don't know if it was you guys or this hot ass room. Might have to cut this live stream. It's hot as fish grease in LA this week. Crazy. We ain't used to this shit. We not used to all this damn heat. We don't do the heat in Los Angeles, people. That's why we live here. But we can deal with it for a couple more days, I guess. So to the people, real quick, I have an announcement. For the people who made orders. So I'm gonna say it wasn't my mess up, it was the printer's mess up. However, I have to take responsibility for it because I use that printer. But the printer, they were making the books, they got the order number wrong. So the page number in the books, I had the correct page number. When they went over the books, they thought I got the page number wrong. So they corrected the page number that I originally got wrong. So then they went back in there and found out I was right about the original page numbers. So then they had to go, but they were already printing some. So they had to go back in there and stop that print and go back in there and reprint more books. So I was right. They were wrong. So they gave me a discount on the order, but the order was delayed. It'll be here. The order will be here Monday, tomorrow. So your orders will go out Monday. Everybody who made an order, I apologize. The printing company, they tried to, second guess me, and it didn't work. I know how many goddamn pages in my book, but so they corrected the pages and then had to recorrect in the page. So anybody who ordered the book, your books will go out on Monday. Absolutely, they will be here. They promised me. They're rushing them. They had to rush them. They paid for the rush order to get them here so that they would be here on Monday. So because they know I was pissed. I was so damn pissed. So your borders will be here Monday. And anybody else who want to order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, bam. I have on this orders of books, I have about 7 books left. So you want to order? I got 7 books left. So order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You will get the Know Your Rights manual. This is the actual Know Your Rights manual that you get right here. That picture showed the old one, and you get the new Public Official Bonds book. Okay, the new public. I told you got a new one. This is it. I didn't have the picture for you last week, but this is the book she messed up, and she had to go back and reprint because all the other prints are just reprints. She had to go back in and pick this one, but this is the new Public Official Bonds book that you will be getting. Anybody who makes your order, and anybody who orders the Public Official Bonds book from this point on, you will get this book as well. What is new about it? Well, I told you this last week that I went on a deep dive, even deeper than I did before, because before the book had the state laws, your state laws dealing with public official bonds, in case we don't know. So police officers are required to have insurance or bonds when they get hired so that if they don't bring any liability on the city or more liability than necessary to bring on the city. So they're required to have bonds or insurance. So when a police officer violates your rights, your constitutional rights, you can go place a lien or a claim on this bond or insurance. So they know this. So what they do with these bonds or insurance, they move them around a lot. So even though it says in the state law where the bonds are supposed to be, they move them around knowing that no one's going to check them for it. So in the old public official bonds book, you could find the bonds. You just had to go on a major fish hunt to do it. You had to go in there, you had to call, make some calls. So you were still able to find the bonds. So they had to tell you. They can't say, they can't lie because it's public record. So you just had to make sure you had to ask them where the bonds were, if they moved the bonds where they were. So I went on a deep dive because that was pissing me off. So what I found was that the bonds, how they were hiding them, or they were so hard to find because cities and not cities, but municipalities, so like cities, counties, and states, they have turned themselves into insurance companies. They've made themselves the insurance company for their public officials. So they don't have to go out and find an insurance company anymore to bond them. The city bonds them, or the state bonds them, or the county bonds them. And you can't find that out because they don't have an insurance name. You're not going to look up the state of Missouri insurance. That's not what it's called. So you'd have to know the name. So these things are called insurance pools. There's other names for them. And the other names are in the bond book. But one of the main names is called an insurance pool. And so all these officials, they pool their money to buy insurance. And the city is the one who insures them, or the state or the county, but you have to know what it is. So in this new book, I found all 50 insurance pool, state insurance pools or county insurance pools, all of them. Got the names, got how much their bonds are worth, their insurances are worth. I got the contact people. I got the phone numbers. I got the websites. I got all that. Went on a deep dive. God damn it. God damn, that was a hell of a deep dive. Y'all better appreciate this shit. I'm telling you. So people who order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, you will be getting all of that for free. You'll be getting a new one for free. But and there's different lingo. You just can't go ask for an insurance bond or a public official's insurance policy. There's terms, just like legalese. There's insuranceese, and you have to know that, or they'll lock you out, just like they will anything else, any other industry, medical, legal, and now we know insurance. So all of that now is in the book. I unlocked it all for you guys, so now you get that for free, as well as you get the constitutional rights cards. Boom. Constitutional rights cards. Either one of these. You get the civil rights card or the regular awesome one that we have. Also, you get the qualified immunity card right here. This lets police officers know they lose that qualified immunity when they violate your rights. And this is the qualified immunity notice with the laws that back that up. The Supreme Court cases that backs that up. So you keep these cards in your car. This one, and this one. Where is it? That one. You keep these cards in your car. You hand them to the police officer when you get pulled over. You say, "I don't answer questions, officer." Just like this, just like her. This is exactly what she did at this police stop right here. Shout out to Ayana. Where is the police stop? Right here.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear.
That's not it. Hold on. Where is it? That's not it. Hold on. Where is it? Right here. So at this police stop, this girl was going 90 miles an hour. I don't suggest you do that. But she was driving 90, and the police officer let her go.
It only takes one moment, one wrong move, one unexpected stop. When life gets real, know what to do, know what to say. Join KYRF.org today.
Wow! Know your rights!
See that? She had all she had was the Constitution. Those were the old ones. She had the old constitutional rights card right here and the old qualified immunity notice card right there. And the police officer pulled her over for doing 90. She walked up to her. She handed her all of her stuff. Then he said, "You sent me back to the." He came back. He said, "Before you sent me back to my car with my tail between my legs, I was just going to give you a warning." He said, "But now I'm really just going to give you a warning. You guys have a nice day." Doing 90. I don't suggest you do that. But again, this is what you get when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research right here. Plus you get the flashcards, police stop flashcards 1 and 2. But again, right here, the new in here is this public official bonds book that, again, took me a long time to uncover all 50 states, the insurance pools and where they hit them in the counties and all of that. Got all the names, numbers, websites, contact people, all of that is in the book. So you will get that for free ordering the Great Book of Melanin Research. The hard copy, people, not the not the digital copy. I do have a digital copy of the Great Book of Melanin Research, though. So if you want to order the digital copy, you can do that as well. Comes in all shapes and sizes. So who is this? Spread Wealth. Appreciate you, brother. He says, "How much do I pay for a new public official bonds book separately?" Asking as a loyal customer, and does it come with another ref shop? No, it does not. No, it does not. It's on the web. The public. It's the same as on the website. So if you go to the realnagas.com website, it's on there. It's the same price for the POB. We didn't raise the price. We could have raised the price. Trust me. We could have raised this thing. We could have doubled the price on it, but we didn't. Even though, trust me, all the contact in there, even the amount of the bonds, we found out the amount of the bonds, like from this amount to that amount. That's how much the bonds go. We found that out too. So we found out everything. Goddamn, took me a long ass time. You better appreciate that hard ass work. I tell you that. Y'all better appreciate this shit. But now we got them. So appreciate your transcendental. Spread Wealth. Let me give you some of the.
May the force be with you.
Everybody, we have a goal every week. So appreciate you guys helping me get to the goal. Hit the donation button or the Cash App. You can hit the Cash App or the Super Chat. Appreciate y'all. Yo, real quick, we got Live Art Studios and Brett Watson. Thank you guys for the Cash Apps. Appreciate you. Got us up to $30.
May the force be with you.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Charlie J. Scott, brother, appreciate you, man. He said, making up for last weekend. Brother, you don't owe me anything, but I appreciate you so much, brother. I appreciate you so much, Charlie J. Scott, man. Thank you, sir. Hold up. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. He said, making up for last week. You don't have to make up for anything, but I sure appreciate it. Got us up to 130 today already. Thank you, sir, for the donations. I really do appreciate you. And everybody remember I don't have a Patreon as of yet. I don't have a subscription. It's still not up yet. These videos are really killing me. That's why people go to Patreon. But once I unlock how to get these videos on the website without having everybody being able to watch the videos, I can selectively have people watch the videos, then it'll be up. That shouldn't be, but I know I said a few days, but it's hard. But the coding is hard, but it should be up in a minute. So, you guys know I don't have a Patreon, so your donations go a long way. So I appreciate you guys for the donations. All right, people. We got some stuff to go over. All right. Oh, and real quick, everybody, Make sure. Also, I just forgot the Great Book of Melanin Research. It does come with a T-shirt as well. You don't get the deal that I gave you last week, man. Y'all were breaking me on them deals. God damn, everybody was hitting me. You guys were breaking the hell out of me on them deals on last Saturday and Sunday. I was like, God damn, I told you only I don't make much money on them deals. When I do a deal like that, when I give you guys everything for when you guys, I don't make much money on them deals. That's why it's only a 2-day deal. Barely make any money on those deals, but you can still order T-shirts if you go to rapstrology.com. You can get one of these beautiful. This is the artist, the single artist right here. Volume 1, Single MCs, Volume 2, and Volume 3, which I got on today. I got on the Volume 3. Y'all can see Biz Markie, Aries. You say she's just a friend, and you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you. Shout out to Biz Markie, my Aries people. But just had to show some love to the Volume 3 today. But also we have Groups, Volume 1 right here. This is the 80s groups. Fat Boys, Run DMC, Public Enemy, everybody else, De La Soul, EPMD. And then you also got Volume 2, 90s up to 93. This is 90 to 93. As you can see, Mobb Deep, Naughty by Nature, X-Clan, Gangstar, Ghetto Boys, The Roots. These are all pictures taken from their actual pictures. So these aren't made up pictures. These are pictures they actually took in real life, and we just redrew them. So shout out. You can get one of these at rapstrology.com. And then also we have the Gods. I gotta promote the Gods. They're coming to LA in October. I gotta go see my dudes. Wu-Tang coming to LA in October. God damn it. Can somebody give me some Wu-Tang tickets? October 1st. Can somebody give me some Wu-Tang tickets? I would sure appreciate it as a gift. I'm just saying, if somebody want to get me some Wu-Tang tickets as a gift when they come out to Los Angeles in October, I would be really appreciative. Just saying. But right here, bam, you get the Woo Astrology shirt. This is my favorite shirt right here. I wear this all the time. I wear this hoodie everywhere I go. Everybody loves this hoodie. I wear this Woo Astrology hoodie everywhere I go. So everybody loves it. So you can get any one of those right there as well. Make sure you go and join the Know Your Rights Foundation as a volunteer. Make sure you sign up, and we will teach you the law for free. We will teach you for free right here. Go to kyrf.org/volunteers. Get in here, click this button, send us a message. Let us know that you want to be a volunteer, learn the law for free, and we will get you in. Our next interview class, we're not doing interviews this month. We're doing the next interview class is August 19th. So if you want to get in for the August 19th interview class, then hit us up. Let us know that you want to learn the law for free. But the deal is you have to take this out. You have to make sure you get in here. You're working to get one of these certifications that we have, the Know Your Rights Foundation certification, public law certification, or police stop law certification. And then you have to take this back out and teach it to the family and your friends. All right. That is the deal. All right. Don't come in here. You can't just come in here, steal our energy, steal our information, and go back out and say thanks. Like some people did. Y'all know who you are. Made a commitment to come in here and teach this stuff. Then some of y'all came in here, got this information in mounts. Don't y'all do that shit. That's why we're going to have to vet y'all a little bit tighter to make sure that y'all worthy of this information. You're not going to come and steal it and then take it. But that is the deal. So appreciate you guys. For the people who want to help other people come in here and get this knowledge so that you can help your family and your friends and your community. So this is what we're doing. Again, get this information. All right, let's get into it, people. So the Senate, they finally grew some cojones, and I don't think they really grew any cojones. I think they were getting such backlash. They were getting such backlash from from the citizens, because you weren't hearing much about this in mainstream media. They weren't really tripping about it. Excuse me. They weren't really tripping about it. But alternative media, meaning, social media was going crazy. TikTok, YouTube was going nuts about this deal. Israel merging merging with the United States military. So much backlash was going on about it. Congress, they didn't give a shit. The House, they passed it. And so more and more, it got more and more publicity because they passed it. They were like, what, these motherfuckers passed that shit? Like, oh, they some bitches. So then it really got crazy. So finally, they came in here and they stopped the deal. They finally came in and stopped the deal. Let me see. They sort of stopped the deal. Let me see if I can find the because there's always a there's always a plan behind the behind the madness. So they stopped it for now. So let me find if I can find it. Hold on. All right, here it is. Got it. Check it out. All right. Can you guys see that?
This because
actually, hold on one second. I think Kim Iverson explains it better. Hold on. And I did have it. Bam. Hold on. God damn it. Where is it? God damn it, you guys. All my videos got messed up. All right. So I can't find it. So I got to go back. My bad. All right, here we go.
This because something very rare just happened in Washington this week. The Senate blocked the NDAA, the defense bill, the one bill that passes every single year, no matter what. It was passed for over 60 years straight. It doesn't matter if there's a war, shutdown, impeachment. Think about that. It always passes, but not this week. So on Tuesday, the vote to even start debating it failed. It needed 60 votes. It got 50. 46 senators said no.
So the NDAA is the National Defense Act, right? So basically, that's funding the military. That gets passed all the time, no matter what. What they did was they stuck Section 219 into the bill to hide it, so that Israel could be funded by the military funding. So people jumped on it, and finally it didn't pass. The Senate said hell no, which was amazing. They needed 60 votes. They only got 40 something votes.
No. And buried inside that stalled bill is something most Americans have never even heard of. Section 219. So Section 219, it is buried in this NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act. Think of it, it's like Pentagon's, it's like their permission slip. It sets the military budget. It decides what the Department of Defense can spend money on and pretty much what it can't. So this year's version was $1.5 trillion, the biggest defense budget in American history. Because it has to pass, politicians, they just shove everything they can in it. They have their pet projects, all their policies, changes they want. They just shove it in this big bill. And once it's passed, it's like a package deal. Once the whole thing is passed, it all goes together. It's essentially like the train is leaving the station, and every year, everybody just throws as much shit on it as possible. And this year, they're integrating with Israel. Seems to be the biggest problem of it all. So Section 219 is called the United States Israel Technology Cooperation Initiative. And here's essentially what it really does. First, it directs the Pentagon to integrate Israel defense technology directly into U.S. military systems, not buy from them, pretty much integrate. That's missile defense, drones, cyber, artificial intelligence, all their weapons.
Integrate means anything that American cameras, surveillance, anything that America sees, Israel sees. Now, does Israel have to share any of their intelligence with America? Absolutely not. It only binds America to share their intelligence with Israel. That's it. One-sided deal. So give us all your shit. You can't have none of our shit. That's what the deal is.
Weapons, the core technologies of all the modern war. And it also creates a permanent office inside the Pentagon, a special official whose whole job is coordinating weapons development between these two countries. The third thing it does, and this is the big one, the House version requires intelligence sharing with Israel. And it even goes further. It would forbid the president from limiting that intelligence cooperation, even over human rights concerns.
And the president can't say no. The president can't back out of it. In order for them to back out of it, Congress would have to do it. And they would have to come up with something like a super viable answer that's detrimental to the intelligence and the existence of America for them to pull out of the deal. That's how crazy it is. They would have to find something existential to America that Israel is doing, which they would never find because Israel will never let them find it. But they would have to find something existential to the existence of America, right? And that's what existential means, right? So other than that, you can't back out. You can't moonwalk out of this deal, bro. That's insane. That is absolute treason. So the Senate was getting flambazled this week. They were getting, people was calling Senate. They were clogging up all the goddamn phone lines. So many people was on this shit. They was clogging up all the phone lines.
So it's pretty much saying that Congress is telling the commander-in-chief, you are not allowed to turn off the tap. Essentially, once it's on, it can never stop. And that's not an alliance. It's pretty much a full-on merger at this point. It also, there's a provision and it keeps getting renumbered. And here's the thing, now it's 219. Before it was called section 224. And before that in the House, it was section 21217. That is the Senate version of. And the same idea, it just keeps getting all these different labels. I think it's just confusing people at this point. So just think about that when you follow the story on this, because it gets crazier. Now, here's the thing. The Senate did not block the NDAA because of section 219. The vote was 50-46, almost straight down party lines. Democrats blocked it mainly because of the war in Iran. Chuck Schumer called it the bill is a permission slip to military operations in Iran without congressional oversight. So essentially, a lot of this money would be going straight to the Iran war. And some Democrats also objected to Israel integration provisions and to the sheer size of the budget, a coalition of 14 groups, and that includes like the ACLU, J Street, Code Pink, Win Without War, all these organizations and these coalitions, they're pushing senators to demand a vote on cutting off funding for the.
Real quick, Roger Rose, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat, man.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. He says peace, Kev, the rap astrology shirts have really helped my love. Oh, did they, bro? They really helped my love life. Real attention getters with the ladies, all flavors of ice cream. He said, thanks, Kev. Wu-Tang forever. I'm trying to tell you, these shirts are off the chain. No matter where you go, people just like, man, what are those? Everywhere I go, no matter where I go, people like, oh man, let me see that. What is on that? So yeah, so appreciate you. Thank you for the for the promo, bro. That's hilarious. And let me see, Martin Clark and Vito Palmore. Appreciate you guys. Got us up to 178 for today. Thank you, guys.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the donations. We're at 178 for the day, guys. So now, since that happened, so they downed the bill. So now we're in panic mode. So right after that, Trump comes out with. So first off, this is all how it all comes out in this little. It was funny how it was playing out. So right after that happens, funny, Lindsey Graham bitch ass died. We're gonna talk about that in a minute. But Lindsey Graham's ass, his bitch ass dies. But then what did Trump say? Trump says, "I just talked to Lindsey. He sounded great. His last thing, what was he? What did you guys talk about? Well, his last thing that he said to me was he wanted the he wanted the SAVE Act to pass. He wanted to pass the SAVE Act. He has to get that legislation through. That was his last dying wish, right? So the SAVE Act was Lindsey Graham's last dying wish, right? We have to pass the SAVE Act. So, but when he said that, so then right after that, that's when he comes out with on Thursday, he said that China. So check this out. He said that China was not necessarily stealing. I don't know if he said necessarily stealing the hold on. So check it out. He didn't necessarily say stealing. So we gotta listen to his words. Again, this is why you gotta be lawyers.
The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening.
Thank you again for tuning into the Jimmy Dore Show. I'm your guest host, Misty Wednesday.
Did y'all hear what he said? I want y'all to hear what he said. Listen to his words. Watch this.
The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening.
So, yeah, somebody put it in here. Who said it? He said, yeah, the Godzilla got it. He said it, yes. He said acquire, meaning they got a hold of records. They didn't change anything. He didn't say they messed with anything. They altered anything. They just got the records. But he tried to make you think, oh my God, this is crazy. China is attacking us, right? Why does he want you to think that? Because he thinks he wants you to think that there's a war on our elections. There's a war on our elections. Why does he want you to think there's a war on our elections? Because he needs that SAVE bill, that SAVE Act passed. Why does he need the SAVE Act passed? Because this is what they did. Since the Section 219 got voted down, they said, we're going to take that out unless you find a better way to word this. We're not going to just merge our militaries. You got to find a better way to talk about this. So they voted that down. So what they did was they took Section 219. They took Section 219. They stuffed it up the butthole of the SAVE Act. Then they took the SAVE Act. They stuffed that up the butthole of the NDAA. So it's like one of them little Russian dolls, you know, them little mini dolls, the wooden dolls that you see where they come, where you take one doll out and it's a smaller doll inside. You take another one that's a smaller doll, take another, and just get down to the, it's that little peanut inside doll. That's what they did. They made a Russian doll out of Section 219. They stuffed it into the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act doesn't have enough votes to get passed either. So they took the SAVE Act and stuffed that into the National Defense Authorization Act, because they know you got to pass the defense bill, right? You cannot say the military can't defend themselves or defend America. So you got to pass that. So they just wrap that shit up, hid it, and stuffed it inside the main bill, hoping they're not going to see that shit. they're not going to see it, right? Right? They're not going to see it, right? Y'all don't see nothing, do you? You don't see nothing, do you, baby? Hey, hey, baby, hey, over here. Hey, guys. Hey, watch this. Hey, nigga doing all that shit. Hey, bro. You know how the motherfucking crackhead and them motherfuckers do you and shit when they trying to get some money? When they jump out on you, hey, bro, they try doing all the fucking tricks and shit. Oh, bro. Nigga start breakdancing and sliding and fucking moonwalking and sliding and shit. Nigga become a motherfucking Showtime at the Apollo for 50 Cent. That's what that nigga did. That nigga said, hey, brother, y'all don't see nothing. It's Showtime at the Senate, Apollo. So now that's why he came out and said that China is recording our data. He He didn't say they did anything to the election. China is recording the data, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. We run for your lives. China's recording our data. Like, nigga, same shit you doing to China and Iran and every fucking body else around the world. They doing the exact same shit you doing. Oh my God. China's doing what we doing? What the fuck? China doing what we doing? Nigga, that ain't fair. The fuck is going on here? How the fuck you gonna do the same thing we do? Nigga, who do I talk to? Where the boss? Where the boss at? I need to talk to the chief. This is not fair. So he don't give a shit about China. That boy is trying to get that damn military act passed so that they can build that bunker under the White House that's going to surveil all of Americans. That's what the data centers are for. Surveillance. They don't need that shit to process AI. NVIDIA built a small little box that can do trillions of computations a minute. Costs $250. Excuse me. So they don't need data centers. They need data centers to keep track on your ass. Or they don't need data centers for AI. They need data centers for AI to keep track on you. So, goddamn, man. Trump think he's slick. That nigga think he David Blaine Copperfield. he all of them wrapped in one. Nigga, call me David Blaine Copperfield. David Blaine Copperfield Angel. He all them niggas wrapped in one. He think he was gonna slide that past you. So then Lindsey bitch ass Graham. Moving along, Lindsey Graham, as we were talking about, Lindsey bitch ass Graham did die. Just kicked the bucket all of a sudden. And people were wondering, like, wait a minute,
Lindsey Graham.
How the hell Lindsey Graham died? Because Trump, when he said he talked to him, he said he sounded great. He said, let's pass the SAVE Act. He said it with fervor, energy in his voice. Let's pass it, man. So apparently, according to Trump, he didn't sound sick at all. And then nigga just woke up dead. How you wake up dead? Nigga woke up dead. Like, wait a minute. Nigga woke up. Why is my hand going through my chest? nigga hand go. Why is my hand going? Ah! Nigga, everybody gonna get that call one day. Everybody gonna get that call one day. Your ass is gonna be just walking around your apartment and shit, thinking it's a regular day. And you're gonna try to open the door to your bathroom, and your hand gonna go right through the goddamn door. You're like, That's what happened to Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham was walking through his bathroom. Nigga walked right through the door. He was like, holy shit. Now, was he sick? We don't know. Doesn't appear to be that he was sick. Now, where did he go? Where had he just visited? Ukraine. Ukraine is the biggest biolab country in all of the world. Most of them owned and funded, allegedly, by America. So you're in the home of bioweapons labs. The utopia of bioweapons labs. Now, Lindsey Graham, this nigga used to use the American dollar like it was crazy. When he would go to Ukraine, last time he went to Ukraine before this time, he spent $800,000 for one day. $800,000 on a trip to Ukraine for one day. That's absolute bullshit. So people think it might have been Russia. Because all Lindsey Graham did was shit on Russia all day. Putin, Russia all damn day. So I think Pootie Tang said, nigga, that's the last time you say something about me, bitch. Last time you put your gay ass, your mouth, fix your your bitch ass mouth to say something about me, nigga. So I think Pootie Tang took him out. Pootie Tang got real hood. They went full content on him. Fuck you, bitch. And Lindsey Graham is not here anymore.
Is dead. And the question is, who did it? Or did anybody do it? Lindsey Graham is dead. And the question is, who did it? Or did anybody do it? Did he just die of natural causes like they're now trying to tell us? Or did he die of something more suspicious, which is really what we were all led to believe from the very beginning, that he died of sudden illness. He was just fine. He was in Ukraine. He was talking to the press. And then suddenly he was dead from some sort of sudden illness. So immediately the conspiracy bells went off. And I think, obviously, in any of these circumstances, you should always investigate. Like, don't just believe the official narrative that comes out, because maybe the official narrative is true, but it's also maybe not true. And if we just take everything at face value and gobble it all down, then, why not believe everything they say then, if you want to be that person? But I'm not that person. And my immediate suspicion was Lindsey Graham was killed. And my immediate suspicion was he was killed by the Russians. Now, I am not a Russiagator. I am not somebody who wants war with Russia. In fact, I want the exact opposite of that. I think that it's about time that we integrate Russia into the Western world, which is what Russia's been wanting for a long time. They've been wanting to be friends. They've been wanting to normalize relations. They hoped that after the fall of the USSR that they would, and they just haven't been able to do that. And I think that that's a real shame. But I still think that the Russians very well might have offed Lindsey Graham. And I think the reasons for it are not the reasons you're thinking. And they're not the reasons that those who want to push war for Russia, it's not the reasons they're thinking either. I have an entirely different reason for thinking Russia offed Lindsey Graham. But why would I even think this, right? This is just kind of insane, but here we are. We've got FBI agents outside of Lindsey Graham's house. So, if it was, in fact, natural causes, why is the FBI investigating? There were 20 or so FBI agents seen swarming his house. Now, some say, well, they were just making sure there wasn't any classified information. He was a senator after all. He was.
Now, so first off, there's some things to peel back here. Lindsey Graham was single. He was supposedly a single congressman. No wife, no kids. And he was allegedly, he lived by himself. However, who called the police? Called the ambulance when the nigga had a heart attack? Who called? Hey, everybody. Can somebody tell me who called the ambulance? If Lindsey Graham, nigga ain't never been seen with a woman ever in his life. Seen with a bunch of dudes all the time. Nigga never been seen with a chick ever. So who got Woodsy Owl going in this bitch? Who called the ambulance? If Lindsey Graham was dying of a heart attack, or whatever the hell it was, allegedly a heart attack. Inquiring minds want to know. Just saying. Lindsey Hamhocks. You say Lindsey Hamhocks? Yo. The cleaning lady? Hell no, it wasn't no cleaning lady. It wasn't the cleaning lady. It wasn't. Yeah, I'm more inclined to think this answer. I'm more inclined to think it was this answer right here is what I'm thinking. Just spitballing here, just throwing things at the wall, see if they stick. But I tend to think it might have been this right here. Now, Lindsey Graham, it was a piece of shit. He was an evil piece of shit. He wanted to nuke Gaza. He said all the Ukrainians dying was good because that means Americans don't have to die. Go over there and die. Why would the fuck would America have to go die for Ukraine? Ukraine has nothing to do with America. He says the best money America ever spent was Ukrainians dying. Millions of Ukrainians have died, like over 1 million, almost 2 million. Ukrainians have died. This fool said, hey, works for me. He was an evil piece of shit. And that nigga said, I'll be with Israel till my dying day. We're going to be with Israel until our dying day. Well, hey, got your wish, buddy. You got your wish, bud.
was definitely hot for all the wars. Maybe he had classified information sitting at his house and the FBI needed to gather that up before others could get a hold of it. Or some were saying, well, maybe they were there to clean up any sort of embarrassing items that Lindsey Graham might have had because his personal life was quite questionable, never married, no kids. His sexuality was always in question. I always believed that he was madly in love with John McCain. But we also have, this tweet that came out. This is.
Did she just say he was in love with John McCain? What the fuck? When that come out? Wow. She just said he was in love with John McCain?
Personal life was quite questionable, never married, no kids. His sexuality was always in question. I always believed that he was madly in love with John McCain.
Whoa.
But we also have, this tweet that came out. This is Russian opposition figure Igor Eidman claimed that Lindsey Graham may have been killed by the Kremlin intelligence services. According to sociologist Eidman, two factors point in this direction: the timing and the location. Moscow had motive. Graham actively advocated for increased pressure on Russia and support for Ukraine. He'd also recently said that Trump supported his bill introducing new hellish sanctions against the Russian Federation. He was considered the most pro-Ukrainian politician in the U.S. president's circle. He promoted military assistance for Kiev, including Tomahawk missiles, and lobbied for security guarantees for Ukraine. Eidman claims that the Kremlin may have viewed the senator as one of the people influencing Trump's shift in position and his departure from his previous approach toward Russia. As a second argument, he pointed to Graham's trip to Ukraine. According to the sociologist's theory, a possible poisoning could have occurred during the visit, for example, through the use of slow-acting substances. He suggested that Russian intelligence services could have used remaining agent networks in Ukraine to carry out such an operation. There is no doubt that Russia likes poisons, and many of the poisons that they use are slow acting. Like they mimic natural cause deaths. So they can make you die within hours, days, or even weeks, depending on the type of poison they use. There are certain poisons we know about that the Russians use. My guess is they're going to test Lindsey Graham for those substances. And my guess is they'll come back negative because there's also substances Russia uses that we don't know about. And my guess is if they opt Lindsey Graham, they use one of those unknown substances because Russia likes poison because of the plausible deniability. You can't really totally trace it to them. They can sit there and say, you're a conspiracy theorist. This didn't happen. You just want to wage war with us. You just want to demonize us. But again.
So I think it was, Pootie Tang, that's how he take people out. That's his thing. That's why they think it was him. Because out of all the people in the world, that's how Pootie Tang takes people out. He's number one taker-outer by bioweapons. Roll right by you. You have some stranger roll right by you. You feel a little prick in your leg or your arm. Next day you wake up dead. So that's how that's usually how it happens with Pootie Tang. So I'm just saying. Did Pootie Tang take out Lindsey Graham for talking shit all the time? Putin hold grudges. That nigga might be a Virgo. You Virgos be holding grudges. God damn it, y'all Virgo. Don't nobody hold a grudge longer than a goddamn Virgo. Shit, nigga. Y'all come back from the grave 3 lifetimes later. Nigga, remember when I was a slave in 1724 and I asked you to loan me your shoes? Like, nigga, what? Yeah, nigga. 3 lifetimes ago, 1724, we was both slaves on the plantation down there in Georgia, and I asked you to loan me your shoes because I had to go walk out on the goddamn. In the farm. I ain't going to do it on my bare feet, so I asked you to use your shoes, and you told me, nigga, no. Yeah, nigga, like Virgo. Those are Virgos. Virgos hold on to shit forever, and I think that's Putin. I know he ain't a Virgo. His birthday is October 7th. The day, funny, what a coincidence. His birthday is actually the day that Hamas allegedly attacked Vitriol. Now, anybody think that's a coincidence that Pootie Tang's birthday is October 7th, the same day that Hamas allegedly attacked Vitriol? That's not a goddamn coincidence. But that nigga got Virgo tendencies because he hold on to grudges like a motherfucker. And Virgos, let me hear it, goddammit. You Virgos be holding on to shit. You can't be wrong for that. No, I'm not. I was with 2 Virgos. I had 2 Virgo girlfriends. Actually, excuse me, 3. My bad. Excuse me. I had 3 Virgo girlfriends. I don't know what the hell I was doing. On the third one. I was burned by the first 2. I was like, third one, I can't be burned 3 times, can I? Boy, goddamn. Y'all Virgos. Just kidding. Not really. But I'm just serious. So moving along. That's right. It's cancer season. Are we in cancer season yet? Hold up. We not in cancer. Yeah, we are. Actually, we are. We're in cancer season. My bad. So what up? Shout out to the cancers. Shout out to the cancers. Shout out to the cancer ladies. Cancer ladies. Woo! Y'all got some energy. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? Cancer's got some energy. Shout out to the cancers. But lady cancers. So moving along. So the American Democratic Party. This is KGB is gangster. Who is KGB? It says we Virgos are just very strategic. Nah, y'all be holding on to shit for thousands of years. Nigga, thousands of years. Nigga, y'all are crazy. Come back, nigga. Remember we was pharaohs over in Egypt, and I asked you to borrow some frankincense and myrrh, and you told me that you was on your last frankincense and myrrh because you had a chick coming over, and it was the only thing that you had. And then I was like, look here, nigga, I need the frankincense and myrrh, and you told me no. No. I remember that time. Like, nigga, frankincense and myrrh, nigga, Egypt, nigga. I remember. All right, bro. Egypt, frankincense and myrrh. Yo, Conceptual Elixirs, appreciate you, brother. And excuse me. And Lenny Moore, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash apps. He said you hilarious. This is how I see the information.
May the force be with you.
Got us up to Got us up to 220 today. 220. We're at 220. Thank you guys for the super chats and the cash apps. Actually, we're at 218. 218. So moving along. So the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, they really believe, excuse me, guys. I get some water in a second. But the Democratic Party, they're moving towards socialism. This is very important because they're trying to move the country towards socialism and communism. And America is a capitalist country. Like, meaning, excuse me, and basically, capitalist country just means it's more so than not. You know, the philosophy of it is egalitarian, meaning your hard work produces, you earn from your hard work, and there's no limit to that, right? And it's basically karma. It's a universal law from the Kabbalion, cause and effect. Whatever I put out into the universe, I get back. That's capitalism. Now, it's much more nuanced than that and stuff like that. Yo, Jeffrey Higgs, appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the cash app. Hold on, as soon as I share the screen, I'll show you. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
Up to 223 today. Appreciate you guys. So, difference communism and socialism. They believe in everybody pitching in for the whole. So you don't own anything of anything that you create, you make. You don't truly own it. It's supposed to be for the benefit of the whole, right? You don't get to keep nothing. Now, who benefits in a socialist and a communist society? The people who are in the government, because the government gets everything because they have to distribute it for the people, right? They can't trust you to distribute it because you're going to keep it for yourself. So the socialist government and the communist government, they're the ones with the power. And if you become in the government, then you are the one with the power. Go back and look at the movie Tetris. This is a great movie. Tetris is a great movie that it breaks that all down. The guy who created Tetris lived in Russia, communist country. So when he created that game, Tetris, he didn't own it. Russia owned it. And so then when Nintendo wanted to come buy it, they had to make a deal with Russia. And so the movie is dope because the movie, they treat Tetris like it's some top secret spy shit that they had to smuggle out of Russia. And the dude who went into Russia, he was an American dude, went into Russia trying to buy the game. KGB was on him. It was crazy. That's a dope ass movie. That's a really dope ass movie about a video game. But it breaks down the communism, how he didn't own anything. And the people who wanted the money, who wanted the video game, they had to pay Russia all this money. They had to guarantee to pay Russia millions of dollars. Not the guy. He didn't get shit. He didn't get nothing. Ultimately, I don't want to tell you the movies. So how it ended, but go watch the movie. But that guy didn't get nothing. So communism, socialism. You give us all your shit so we can give it to everybody else who don't work as hard as you. That's communism and socialism. Although on the surface they believe we're helping our brother, our fellow man. We have a duty to uplift each other. And yeah, that's cool. But nigga, I don't have a duty to work my ass off for some nigga who want to sit down and play video games. Fuck that nigga. Fuck that nigga to high hell. You want to sit on your ass and play video games all damn day, then nigga, you can reap the benefits of that, the repercussions of that, or the lack of benefits of that. So the Democratic Party, they have lost their goddamn mind. Check it out. And I'm going to show you how this was the plan all along to do this.
We damn sure don't want to be a socialist nation. This ain't Denmark. This ain't Finland. This ain't Sweden. This is the United States of America. You roll over to these borders with the vision and the fantasy and the passion that, yo, here, I can achieve anything. I ain't trying to be like everybody else. I'm trying to be one-on-one. That's what this is about in America. We don't talk about that enough when it comes to the socialists. Because they're convincing folks that rather than individuals being a problem, rather than lobbyists being...
Yes, right here. That is socialism. You will own nothing and be happy. That is absolutely socialism. Meaning everyone owns everything together. So we're happy because all of us have ownership, right? If you don't get your bitch ass out of here, no nigga, you can't jump in my goddamn Ferrari Testarossa, nigga. I don't give a shit if I ain't using it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If I only use it on Sunday. No, nigga, you can't use it the rest of the 6 days. You know why? Because I work my ass off to not have to drive it the other 6 days of the week. That's why. Nigga. The rest of my hard ass work is not for you, especially if you don't want to work as hard. Hey, get your bitch ass out of here. Hold on, wait a minute. He said, this is America. Check this out. It's funny that you said that, bruh.
I know you have been inconvenienced, and I'm prepared to compensate you. Shall we say 1 million American dollars?
No way.
Very well then, 2 million.
You haven't got enough money to buy my daughter off.
Nonsense.
Joffrey, apologize to Mr. McDowell.
I will do no such thing. The man is beneath me, and so is his daughter.
I don't give a damn who you are. This is America, Jack. Now you say one more word about Lisa here, and I'm gonna break my foot off in your royal ass.
Pardon me?
This is America, Jack. Yo, my son works. Yep. Hey, that's my low key. That's my favorite movie of all time. I can quote that movie verbatim, word for word, through the whole exact movie. That's like a skill. I can literally quote that whole exact movie, the script of that whole goddamn movie. That is my favorite movie of all time. Like the #1 favorite movie of all time. But as John Davis said, this is America, Jack. Nigga, fuck that bullshit that socialist bullshit. Shout out to John Davis. This is America, Jack. You say one more thing, I'm gonna break my foot off in your royal ass. That's how we get down in America. That's why everybody want to be in America. And they want to be Americans. Why? Because we don't take no shit. My hard work is for me and my family and the people who I love. And who I decide to share it with. But you cannot force me to give you my work or my labor or the benefits, the fruits of my labor. Fuck that. You crazy.
In a problem. They're trying to convince you America's a problem while their asses are over here profiting from the American system. And the Democrats with their spineless, weak, feckled selves are allowing it to happen.
So we got to talk about the radical socialists going full mask off when it comes to their plans to undermine America's institutions once their takeover of the Democrat Party is complete. Now, again, this is a big deal because we know that the socialists are now winning. Okay, they have a lot of influence within the Democrat Party, and these individuals coming out and saying the quiet part out loud about what they want to do is bad for Democrats because Democrats are associated with it, right? They can't even say that, hey, no, these are not our people because they are a part of the Democrat Party at this point. They're taking over the Democrat Party, right? This is what Democrat voters want. And we know that the socialists want to undermine America's institutions. Like, for example, what we're going to talk about here today is the Senate, okay? The Democrats want to completely abolish the Senate because the Senate stops these liberal cities from having complete and total control of the country, right? The Senate is in the way of these little cities controlling middle America in red states. And because of that, they want to get rid of the Senate because their party is authoritarian by nature, right? These Marxists are authoritarians. Don't let them fool you when they claim that they're fighting against authoritarians because they're not. They love authoritarianism. They just like authoritarianism that they agree with, right? Like, for example, this is why they boo-hoo, whine, and cry so much about Nicolas Maduro. This guy flat out says,
here we go.
Bravo Cordial, passing a Green New Deal among deportations, judiciary to reform primaries. Their agenda includes getting rid of the United States Senate, letting Congress choose an executive and judiciary.
So this is the Democratic Socialists of America. This is their plan for the future of America. This is what they want. They basically want anarchy in America. They don't want any type of system, any type of, governmental system that has, any say so over the people. So they want to abolish the Senate. They don't understand. And right off the bat, most of these people don't understand government. When you're a democratic socialist, something like this, you're this way when you're young because you're emotional. You think, oh, I want to help everybody. I want everybody to be good and safe and all that. Yeah, that's when you're young. But then when you get older, you start finding out like that motherfucker don't work. You don't deserve to be safe, nigga, if you don't get off your ass. That motherfucker don't work. You don't deserve to eat if you don't get off your ass. That motherfucker don't work. You don't deserve no clothes if you don't get off your ass. So when you get older, you start seeing this shit like these bitch ass niggas don't work. So you leave the socialist democratic part of the shit and you start becoming a little more, hey, fuck these niggas. These non-working lazy people. So they want to abolish the Senate, but don't understand the Senate is control. It's a checks and balances over democracy because democracy is mob rule. Just so we're clear, 49% is ruled by the 51%, right? So that's democracy. It comes from, demos, goes back to go look up the word mob, mobile vulgus. Comes from mobile. It means the fickle crowd, the movable crowd, the dumb people in the crowd. So if I can get you to think what I want you to think any way possible, usually emotionally, then I can move you the way I want you to move. That's why this is a republic, not a democracy. Republic is representation, right? It's government by representation. I mean, you have every one of us, our political opinions is supposed to be represented by the person who we choose. And that person, when they get to Washington, they don't decide what they want for us. They do what we tell them to do. It's called a representative government. You represent what I want, nigga, not what you want. I didn't hire you to figure out what's best for me. I'm telling you what I want, and you do that. That's what a representative government is. And as well, everyone's opinion matters. An example of this is a jury. That's an example of a Republican form of government. On a jury, if all 12 people don't agree that one person is guilty, then that's a hung jury, meaning everyone's opinion matters in that deliberation room. Every single one. If one person says, "Nah, I think he didn't do it," that person gets off. Especially if that person holds to their guns and says, "No, I'm not changing my vote." Then it's called the hung jury, and that person gets a new trial. So the Senate is supposed to stop mob rule by giving smaller states that have smaller amounts of people, giving them a voice or say so in the government. Because California and New York and Florida would rule every goddamn thing if you didn't have the Senate. So that's why they had the Senate. But these dumbass people, no, we should abolish the Senate. We should abolish it. Unless you understand government, don't talk about tearing it down. Unless you understand how to build another one better than that.
To replace the president and the Supreme Court, amnesty for all immigrants, ending deportations, defunding the Department of War, a wealth tax, and passing a Green New Deal, among others issues there that you see up on the board. So with that, we bring in Gustavo Gordillo, co-chair of the New York City Democratic Socialists of America. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, it's a really hot topic right
Thanks
now.
for inviting us.
Thank you for being here. We were just talking in the break. We were saying hello to each other. Your family came here from Peru, really in the middle of the heat of the Shining Path. They were Maoist communist guerrillas in Peru. So why?
Now check it out. It's always immigrants who want to come over here and then change America. Bitch, don't bring your bitch ass to America and then try to change the government. You come over here begging and then want to flip the government. Take your bitch ass back to Peru, fool. If you don't like the way the American government is, then take your bitch ass on. What the fuck? This is why there needs to be some type of checks and balances on immigration, because it allows people to come over here, become a citizen, and then change the government. The very one that they was begging to do them favors 2 seconds ago.
How did your family come to America?
The economic situation in South America and in Peru was in a really bad place. But I think that much of what we could say is responsible for that actually was the imposition of capitalism and American imperialism.
So it was the imposition of American capitalism on Peru that messed up their economy. Not the socialism, not people not having ownership rights, getting to keep the shit that they work for. No, that ain't it. It's America trying to come in and tell them that they should do that, is what messed up their government. Okay. Doesn't matter that no socialism has worked anywhere ever, or communism, unless you got complete control of the people.
In many cases, is actually what brings immigrants to the U.S. coming out of Latin America. And
so they come here because they don't like the imposition of American imperialism in the country that they're in?
Yes, in many countries.
So they come here.
In many countries, there have been undemocratic coups that have destabilized countries, and that's pushed people out.
Well, you would think they would want to go somewhere that wasn't imposing that on them if that were the case. But it's interesting because the Shining Path, if you look at what they wanted to overthrow the democratic institutions in Peru. They wanted to abolish capitalism in Peru, and we see some of those same threads in the DSA in terms of what it stands for. And one of the things is very basic. We just celebrated the 250th anniversary of the country, and one of the most basic things is Article 1 in our Constitution. Are you in favor of abolishing Article 1 of the Constitution?
No, we support a democratic route to transformative change in the United States. We think that we need to put the working class before the billionaire class.
So you don't want to abolish the Senate, the United States Senate?
Now, you don't have a working class without the people who create businesses, idiot. See, this is the dumb shit. Like, nigga, you have to have people who create the economy. If you get rid of the people who create the economy, what are the workers going to work for? Again, the people who are they're workers because they don't have the ingenuity to create any goddamn thing. That's why you're the lower person on the totem pole. If you don't have the ingenuity and the initiative to go out and create something, then you have to be the worker. You have to be the follower. If you're not the leader, you're the follower. That's just how life is. And you can't be mad because you're a fucking follower. You don't have the goddamn oomph to get up and go inside of you that someone else has. You get jealous of that shit and think that you need to take them down. This is what they're doing right now with like men. In order to take men down or to make women great, they have to take men down. So this is what the word. This is what the communists and socialists think. In order to make regular people great, they need to take the extraordinary people down. Get the fuck out of here. Hell no. Abolish the First Amendment. And you can see that he wasn't, when he said, no, we want to support a democratic path. But the First Amendment got is the most important one. That's your right to tell the government to EAD when they piss you off. That is your right to tell the government to EAD when they piss you off. So that is the most important one.
Because that's what Article 1 is.
The United States Senate is an undemocratic institution. It gives more representation to people in smaller states than to the 30
that's why you have
million
the
people in
balance. So you've
California.
got the House of Representatives, which is population driven, and then you've got the Senate. So every state, if you're a small state, you still get 2 senators, even though you only get maybe 1 congressman, in order to make all of the states have fair representation. So you say, I'm just confused.
When you ask normal Americans if Congress and the Senate and our political system is working for them, most people are very unhappy with the political system, and they say it's not working for them. When we think about the 250th anniversary of the United States, and we think about our proudest moments in US history, I think of times like when ordinary people rose up and they changed the Constitution to abolish slavery, to give women the right to vote.
Everyone's proud of that.
So it's not the government, it's the checks and balances on the government that they need to correct, like money in the government. If you get money out of the government is fixed. If you stop allowing external forces, other foreign governments, lobbyists, all that type of stuff, to stop buying politicians and paying off stuff in America, which was Citizens United that said that money into political campaigns was free speech. That's what the Supreme Court ruled. They fucked everything up. So with that ruling, they allowed as much money as possible to be pumped into elections and the government. That's what fucks the government up. If you can buy up, most people have a buying price. Most people have a buying price. No matter even if they say they don't, most people have a goddamn buying price. 99.99% of the people in the world have a buying price. No, even if they tell you they don't. So just do I hit that number? Or whatever it is. May not be money, may be something else. So that will corrupt a government eventually if you allow that to happen. So what he's saying is not the government, it's what's allowed to happen to the government, the checks and balances within the government.
And
that's a nationwide pride in the country.
But back in those moments, those were considered radical movements because those people dared to say we need transformative change in the United States.
Right.
And
Well,
I
we
think
struggle
that
to become a more perfect union. But I just want to ask you again, do you want to abolish the United States Senate? Because you said you approve of Article 1, but then you said you didn't think the Senate works.
We think that the Senate should be reformed, that we should have a more democratic government system. But that's a long-term change that we're seeking. And in the short term, we're focused on issues like affordability, like freezing the rent, which we've just done in New York, like creating a universal childcare system, which we're also taking steps toward doing, like fixing our energy grid. In 2023 here in New York, we passed the Build Public Renewables Act, which would create publicly owned renewable energy to have a more reliable, cheaper, cleaner energy grid. These are our immediate.
And why all these dudes zesty? Why is all the goddamn communists and socialists and Democrats, why all the dudes either gay, zesty as fuck, or they fruitopian? They all feminized. Why? There's no masculinity on that side whatsoever. This is insane, man. And again, they've made masculinity a bad thing, to where if you're masculine now in that group, if you're within that sphere, if you try to even be masculine, they look down on you. How dare you? You toxic masculine motherfucker, and blah blah blah. And they go at you. You can't try to make a woman accountable. Try to tell a woman she did some shit wrong in the Democratic Party. Who are you to tell her who she is, what her greatness is? You're not supposed to talk to her. You can't say who, but they go, the fuck? The fuck I can't say something. If she tripping, you damn right I'm gonna say something. So you got these dudes right here, the Democrats, trying to destroy America, trying to destroy masculinity and the government at the same time.
Term demands where we do have a long-term horizon where we do want to democratize our government, but in the short term, we're focused on affordability. We're focused on a working class economic agenda.
Somebody said, "What's my price, Cam?" I'm the other percent. I don't have a price. I don't care about money. I know it seems weird. I don't care about money. I only care about money for buy food. I don't do much of nothing. I don't be going nowhere. I don't be going on trips. I don't be buying expensive shit. I'm a nerd. I live here in my head. So external things don't excite me. I'm a high consciousness nerd. So all of my shit is in here. I live in here. When I'm not talking to you niggas, I'm always in here. Material things, I don't give a shit about that shit. I've had money. I've had a lot of money and lost it. So money don't, and that's why I don't really care about money. I've had a lot of money. A lot. I used to walk around with thousands of dollars in my bags every single day. I got to the point where I hated the smell of money. I had so much money. I used to have so much money. The smell of money used to make me throw up or want to throw up. That's no lie. The smell of money used to make me want to throw up. That's how much money I used to have around. And even when I had it then, I would give it all away. I used to give all my money away. That's why I don't have no money. That's why I've got no money now. So I'm one of them cats that don't have a buying price. But some people do. When I say 99.999%, now if you take 8 billion people in the world, what's 0.01% of 8 billion people? That's a lot of people still. I fall in that 0.01%.
The government become more democratized if the government takes over more of the power. So, for example, here in New York, if you have government-owned grocery stores, right? And that was what Mamdani promised. I know you were supportive of his election, and I interviewed him here. So they're like breaking ground on one.
Wait, hold up. This nigga said, he said nigga sell you out for an afro and a new eye. Yo, nigga, that's hilarious, nigga. See, nigga, I don't got no feelings like that, nigga. If the joke is funny, nigga, I laugh all day, nigga. That's a funny fucking joke. That nigga said he'll sell you out for an afro and a new eye. Hey, that's the best joke of the day. I don't know if y'all gonna beat that joke. That's the best joke of the day. Oh shit. Appreciate you, Preston Davis. Thank you for the cash app. We are at 2. Man, where we at today? Oops, I'm gonna get some cash apps. My bad. Hold on, everybody. We're at 2. Not that many. We're at 2:30 today. 2:30 for today for the cash apps. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
No, I didn't hit the lottery. Not that way, so to speak. My aunt passed away. My great aunt. She was like my grandmother's sister. She passed away and left me and my sister 2 houses. And we sold those houses. When we sold the houses, I got some cash and I became a broccoli farmer. Broccoli as far as the eye can see. Became a broccoli farmer. I love broccoli. So got into broccoli farming, just sit out watching the sunset, sitting on my porch, with my little wood bench with the straw hat, just farming my broccoli. That's how I got my money back in the day, allegedly. Broccoli is a good crop. So here we go. Back to the socialism.
Grocery store so far. It's going to cost $30 million to build a grocery store. In what world does it make sense to build a $30 million grocery store and put competitive pressure on the bodegas that are in the neighborhood?
I think that what we saw in the mayoral campaign is the mayor was able to build a movement that inspired people to believe that we could have a government that works for ordinary people, that is actually responsive to the working class.
Inspiration is great, but if you're the bodega owner, how would you feel if the government opened a big grocery store right next to your bodega?
If one publicly owned grocery store that brings prices down in the neighborhood is enough to put someone out of business, then maybe they shouldn't have been in that business in the first place.
Wow. The ignorance is stunning. It is stunning. Imagine comparing the institution of the Senate to slavery, right? He's saying, well, we abolished slavery at one point. Right? Why can't we abolish the Senate? Well, the Senate.
Now, I want to show you something. This plan was introduced a long time ago. This guy's named Norman Dodd. But first of all, hold up real quick. Somebody said, no, I mean broccoli. Sir. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I mean broccoli, sir. I was a broccoli farmer, had acres, as far as the eye can see. All broccoli. So this guy named Norman Dodd, he died in the 80s. But back in the 20s, he was a banker when America went through the Great Depression. And when he was a banker, he was tasked with writing, when the Depression happened, he was tasked with writing an essay to his bank, like a report on what happened. And in the report, he wrote that it was the Federal Reserve and we need to get rid of the Federal Reserve and all this and that type of stuff. So he wrote the report and sent it up to his bosses in the bank, and he didn't get a response. Then he kept asking like, what's up with that report that y'all had me do? Y'all make me sit out all this damn time and do this report, and I don't get any response back. So finally, after bugging the people so damn long, he went and got the report, and he said, we see what you're saying here. We're not really going to go with most of these suggestions. We're not going to pass these suggestions on because, all banks are member banks of the Federal Reserve. So he wanted them to pass that up to the commission, the banking commission. And he was like, nah, we're not going to do that. And they basically fired the nigga. They said, nigga, you out of here. Talking about get rid of the Federal Reserve? Nigga, you crazy. Because he basically was like, the Federal Reserve is the problem because they're a private bank. And so they're the reason that it was a Great Depression. So they like, nigga, are you insane? Like, nigga, get rid of the Federal Reserve. Security. Security. Get this nigga talking about abolish the Federal Reserve. You lost your damn mind. So this guy, Norman Dodd. Oops. He went to work for the government. And when he went to work for the government, they put him on this commission to audit NGOs. This is the beginning of these nefarious NGOs, non-governmental organizations, basically non-profits that are organized really to subvert American policy, but are funded by America and working to subvert American policy. So this is what he broke down when he went and audited those places.
Large endowed foundations over the then past 40 years.
Oh man,
that effect was to orient our educational system away from support of the principles embodied in the Declaration of Independence.
Hold on, this is very low. Let me see if I can find. It's real hard to. That's hard to hear. I may have to go turn my fan down. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna turn my fan down so we can hear a little bit better. All right, let's see if this is better.
And implemented in the Constitution and educated them over to the large endowed foundations over the then past 40 years. What was that effect? that effect was to orient our educational system away from support of the principles embodied in the Declaration of Independence and implemented in the Constitution.
Hold on, that's a little low. Hold on. I gotta find another one. Hold on. Damn it. I'm trying to find one where the voice is loud, but you guys, god damn. The voice is so damn low on these because it's recorded on PBS. This was a PBS interview in the 80s. And I was listening to this through my headphones, so I didn't see how low the voice actually was. Let me see if we can do this one right here. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to play this one. It's going to be very low. It's going to be really fast, and then I'll play the other half on a louder one. But this one is very important, and I can't find one that's louder. So really quick. All right. So really quick, let's play this.
And educated them over to the idea that the task now was, as a result of the orientation of education, to away from these briefly stated principles and self-evident truths. And that's what had been the effect of the wealth, which constituted the endowments of those foundations that had been in existence over the largest portion of the span of 50 years, and holding them responsible for this change. And what we were able to bring forward was that what we had uncovered was the determination of these large endowed foundations through their trustees to actually get control over the content of American education.
There's quite a bit of publicity given to your conversation with Rowan Gaither. Would you please tell us who he was and what was that conversation you had with him?
Now, did y'all hear what he said?
The Ford Foundation.
The goal of the foundations was to
sent for me when I found it convenient to be in New York, asked me to call upon him at his office, which I did. And on arrival, after a few amenities, Mr. Gaither said, "Mr. Dodd, we've asked you to come up here today because we thought that possibly off the record, you would tell us why the Congress is interested in the activities of foundations such as ourselves." And before I could think of how I would reply to that statement, Mr. Gaither then went on voluntarily and stated, he said, "Mr. Dodd, all of us that have a hand in the making of policies here have had experience either with the OSS during the war or European Economic Administration after the war. We've had experience operating under directives, and these directives emanate from the White House. Now we still operate under just such directives. Would you like to know what the substance of these directives is?" And I said, "Yes, Mr. Gaither, I'd like very much to know." Whereupon he made this statement to me, namely, "Mr. Dodd, we are here operate on in response to similar directives, the substance of which is that we shall use our grant-making power so to alter life in the United States that it can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union."
Did y'all hear that?
Well, parenthetically,
we will use. He said our goal is to use our grant-making power. First of all, he said their main goal was to take over the education system of America. That was their main goal. But then he said their real goal was to use their grant-making power to merge the America with Russia, basically communism. Not that they wanted to blend the two countries, but the systems of government. They wanted to move American government away from capitalist government to communism. And how they were going to do that? They through funding all of these 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 scholars and teachers and all these motherfuckers who were supposed to reshape academics within America in order to bring a new ideology about that communism is good in America. And this is what's happening within these schools. This is where you learn. This is where all these kids are learning socialism and communism in the colleges right now. And they're coming out of here and they running out in here. America needs to be destroyed. America needs to be taken down. America, blah, 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 blah. Where the fuck you gonna go? America, even as fucked up as it is, it's the best country in the world, where you have the most opportunity by far than any other country in the world ever. So you want to take the goddamn country down? No, you need to just remodel it and fix the shit that's wrong with it. But to tear the whole goddamn shit down, to throw the baby out with the bathwater is crazy. So again, this is the goal, though. They finally reached that goal. This was planned in the early 1900s. This is when he went and audited those NGOs, those nonprofits, early 1900s, and went in there and found in the minutes, because they didn't think anybody was going to come in there and audit their place, so they were just talking freely. So he finally went in there and saw those minutes. I was like, oh shit, y'all gonna do what? So, but instead of having him read the minutes, though, they just blatantly came out and told him, like, nigga, you don't even need to read all the goddamn minutes, nigga. We'll tell you what you want to know, nigga. And basically, this was it.
Nearly fell off the chair. I of course, didn't. Is that we shall use our grant-making power so to alter life in the United States that it can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union.
Communism.
Parenthetically, Mr. Griffin, I nearly fell off the chair. I of course, didn't, but my response to Mr. Gaither then was, oh, Mr. Gaither, I can now answer your first question. You forced the Congress of the United States to spend $150,000 to find out what you just told me. So why don't you? I said, of course, legally you're entitled to make grants for this purpose, but I don't think you're entitled to withhold that information from the people of the country to whom you're indebted for your tax exemption. So why don't you tell the people of the country that's what you told me? And his answer was, we would not think of doing any such thing. So then I said, well, Mr. Gaither, obviously, you forced the Congress to spend this money in order to find out what you just told me.
Mr. Dodd, you have spoken before about some interesting things that were discovered by Catherine Casey at the Carnegie Endowment. Can you tell us that story, please?
Yes, I'm glad to, Mr. Griffin. This experience that you have just referred to came about in response to a letter which I had written to the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, asking certain questions and gathering certain information. And on the arrival of that letter, Dr. Johnson, who was then president of the Carnegie Endowment, telephoned me and said, did I ever come up to New York? And I said, yes, I did, more or less each weekend. And he said, well, when you're next here, will you drop in and see us? Which I did. And again, on arrival at the office of the endowment, I found myself in the presence of Dr. Joseph Johnson, the president, who was a successor to Alger Hiss, two vice presidents, and their own counsel, a partner in the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. And Dr. Johnson said, after, again, amenities, Mr. Dodd, we have your letter. We can answer all those questions, but it'd be a great deal of trouble. And we have a counter-suggestion. And our counter-suggestion is that if you can spare a member of your staff for 2 weeks and send that member up to New York, we will give to that member a room in the library and the minute books of this foundation since its inception. And we think that whatever you want to find out or the Congress wants to find out will be obvious from those minutes. Well, my first reaction was they lost their mind. I had a pretty good idea of what those minutes would contain, but I realized that Dr. Johnson had only been in office 2 years, and the vice presidents were relatively young men, and counsel seemed to be also a young man, and I guessed that probably they never read the minutes themselves. And so I said I had somebody, I would take it. I would accept their offer, and I went back to Washington, and I selected the member of my staff who was on my staff, having been a practicing attorney in Washington, but she was on my staff to see to it that I didn't break any congressional procedures or rules. In addition to which, she was unsympathetic to the purpose of the investigation. She was a level-headed and a very reasonably brilliant, capable lady. And her attitude toward the investigation was, what could possibly be wrong with foundations? They do so much good. Well, in the face of that sincere conviction of Catherine's, I went out of my way not to prejudice her in any way. But I did explain to her that she couldn't possibly cover 50 years of handwritten minutes in 2 weeks.
So I'm going to skip to the next part.
And in that year, the trustees, meeting for the first time, raised a specific question, which they discuss throughout the balance of the year in a very learned fashion. And the question is there any means known more effective than war, assuming you wish to alter the life of an entire people?
Did y'all hear that?
No,
so what he said was, I'm going to say it again.
War to that end is known to humanity.
They said, so their main question when they got together, and they were around and going around and what, how can we plan this thing out? They said there was no greater means than war to change the way of a people. Right. So that's when they started World War I. They wanted to change the mentality of the people because they wanted to move them towards a communist state of mind. Right. So in order to break up your mind state and get you into PTSD and all the rest of that, we put you in the war. Right. So this is what they were saying in the early. This is in their minutes that they had. So this is in the 20s. This is before World War II, but after World War I. So basically, what they're talking about, the woman they're talking about is his assistant. She was a lawyer, and she was the one reading the minutes. And she went in there and found out that these NGOs were the ones who engineered World War I. So she lost her goddamn mind. She was like, "Whoa, these motherfuckers, they the ones who started World War I." So this is what he's saying about war. So now they understand that war, in order to change a society's mentality, all you have to do is put them in war.
Second question, and discuss it. Namely, how do we involve the United States in a war? Well, I doubt at that time if there was any subject more removed from the thinking of most of the people of this country than its involvement in a war. There were intermittent shows in the Balkans, but I doubt very much if many people even knew where the Balkans was. Then finally, they answer that question as follows. We must control the State Department. And then that very naturally raises the question of how do we do that? And they answer it by saying we must take over and control the diplomatic machinery of this country. And finally, they resolve to aim at that as an objective. Then time passes, and we are eventually in a war, which would have been World War I. And at that time, they record on their minutes a shocking report in which they dispatched to President Wilson a telegram cautioning him to see that the war does not end too quickly.
They told this nigga don't stop the war too soon. They sent him a letter. Woodrow Wilson, who we know put the Federal Reserve in, he was the Khazarian stooge who implemented the Federal Reserve. And they sent him a letter and said, "Hey, nigga, don't you stop this war. Don't you stop this goddamn. You understand? Don't you? Hey, nigga, don't stop this war, nigga."
And finally, of course, the war is over. At that time, their interest shifts over to preventing what they call a reversion of life in the United States to what it was prior to 1914, when World War I broke out. And they arrive at that point, they come to the conclusion that to prevent a reversion, we must control education in the United States. And they realize that that's a pretty big task. So to them, it is too big for them alone, so they approach the Rockefeller Foundation with a suggestion that that portion of education which could be considered domestic be handled by the Rockefeller Foundation, and that portion which is international should be handled by the endowment.
You hear that? The Carnegie. So international knowledge, any international education will be handled by the Carnegie Endowment, the Carnegies, and domestic American education will be handled by the Rockefellers. Everybody been indoctrinated by the Rock. Again, do you notice? Again, keep Khazarian involvement keeps popping up. I'm not doing it. They're doing it. Khazarian involvement keeps popping up.
And they then decide that the key to the success of these two operations lay in the and alteration in the teaching of American history. So they approach 4 of the then most prominent teachers of American history in the country, people like Charles and Mary Byrd, and their suggestion to them is, will they alter the manner in which they present this subject, and they get turned down flat. So they then decide that it is necessary for them to do, as they say, build our own stable of historians. And then they approach the Guggenheim Foundation, which specializes in fellowships, and say, when we find young men in the process of studying for doctorates in the field of American history, and we feel that they are the right caliber, will you grant them fellowships on our say-so?
See? So we fund the doctors, tell them what to say and what to teach. Y'all see this shit? So all of the information and knowledge at the beginning of the 1900s was planned out by all these nonprofits to indoctrinate America on a bunch of shit, but mainly on communism. That's one main thing, but also Zionism. That was the other thing.
And the answer is yes. So under that condition, eventually they assembled 20. And they take this 20 potential teachers of American history to London. And there they're briefed into what is expected of them when, as and if they secure appointments in keeping with the doctorates they will have earned. And that group of 20 historians ultimately becomes the nucleus of the American Historical Association. And then toward the end of the 1920s, the endowment grants to the American Historical Association $400,000 for a study of our history in a manner which points to what can this country can it look forward to.
So what can they look forward to in the future? And it was collectivism, meaning communism. That's what they were working towards. What can America look forward to is collectivism. So this book, I showed you this book before. This book right here is called The Naked Communist, and it breaks down everything, all these things that they want to implement or that they need to implement in order to get communism going. It says the 45 goals of communism. It says U.S. acceptance of coexistence as the only alternative to atomic war. So it has a whole bunch of stuff in here. Then it goes on. So providing American aid to all nations, no matter what, that was U.S. aid, USAID. That was part of the communist thing. Promote the UN as the only hope for mankind. All of this is part of becoming a communist nation. Do away with all loyal oaths, just like that socialist dude said he want to do away with the Senate. Capture one or both of the political parties in the United States. Use technical decisions of the courts to weaken basic American institutions by claiming their activities violate civil rights, basically bullshitting, taking over the court system, saying that you can't do anything because you violate civil rights when the rulings actually violate your civil rights. Gain control over all student newspapers, use student riots to foment public protest against programs or organizations which are under communist attack. They say communist attack, but it's an old book. This is written in the early 1900s. So again, there would be socialist attacks. Infiltrate the press, get control of book review assignment. I mean, this is gain control over everything. Gain control over key positions in radio and TV, pictures. This is all. They doing it. They implement. This is the playbook right here. These niggas are implementing this playbook, and everything that Norman Dodd said that they found out at the beginning. This is what they're doing right now. They're trying to change America into a communist nation or a socialist nation, which takes your power away. In a communist and socialist nation, the individual has no more power. Yes, we are collectively all one, but nigga, I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you sit on your ass playing video games. Well, nigga, I'll go work 3 jobs so that you can have the same luxuries and amenities as me. Fuck that. Nigga, no. So you can read that book. You can order that book if you want. That's a dope book. It really breaks it down. All right. So moving along. That was a big breakdown, but we had to get down into this because this is really what they're trying to do is implement socialism and communism within America. And they're succeeding. But they don't know that shit ain't gonna hold here. Americans are not about that shit. We're not about you sit on your ass while I work my ass off. Americans inherently, Americans are not about that life. Living off of who? Yeah. Yeah, living off of everybody else but yourself. So moving along. These flock cameras, did you see the flock cameras that are going on right now? So cities are canceling the flock cameras. Finally, thank God. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So check this out. People are canceling the flock cameras. Yo, P from the B, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Let me give you some love on the super chat.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. It says Rockefeller bankrolled the medical industry, medical schools, and general education board. Carnegie built 2,500 plus libraries rewriting American history. Yep. War against the weak, Rockefeller medicine. Yep. Absolutely, bro. And Broderick Enoch and Revolution Management. Appreciate y'all. Oops. Ooh, let me get some love out here.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, guys. Got me up to 260 for the day. 260. Thank you, guys. On the donation side, make sure everybody hit the donation button or the cash app. So they're canceling those flock cameras. They're becoming crazy, as you can see, because police officers are using them as personal shit to hunt down their girlfriends and shit. Have y'all seen that? So people are using them to hunt down their girlfriends, police officers, really. Then the one police officer, the flock camera just got actually proven to be good because the one police officer who shot the ICE agent, who they claim shot the kid, the people in the car, and he said that the car was trying to run him down. The flock camera, because they didn't ICE officers or ICE agents don't have body cams, so they were saying, "Oh, we have no footage. We have no footage to be able to tell who did what," right? So then finally somebody found the flock camera that showed the car was only driving like 2 miles an hour and driving away from the ICE agent when he shot on the side of the car, just like the first nigga did. Shot on the side of the car, killed the driver with his wife and kid in the car. So, but then they're finding out that these flock cameras, though, are tracking you for 30 straight days. And FBI and all the U.S. Government has access to all of this information. So to see how important that is, they would need warrants to have access to this information if they were coming after you before. But now Flock can just make a dossier on you for 30 straight days and then hand it over to the goddamn FBI. Where you go, all of that. Every single camera. What you doing? Where you walking in? Oh, hell no. So check this out.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
I talked quite a bit on this channel about the Flock saga, Flock cameras. Flock, of course, is a company that provides surveillance cameras to municipalities around America. And if they're in your community, they're placed out and about the area. And if you drive by one in your vehicle, it's going to photograph your vehicle and make note of your license plate, the color of your car, any bumper stickers you've got. And then that information will be available to law enforcement for a period of time. And a lot of people don't like the fact that these are out there. I'm not a big fan myself. I personally feel that they're a step towards a surveillance state. But some people say, but hey, if it's going to help prevent crime, it's a good thing. So there are two sides to that coin, as I like to say. But Chris is a good friend of mine and good friend of the show. So, yesterday, and so did several other people. So Steve, check it out of Los Angeles from KABC.
So just so you know how important this is, there's a website called DFlock. So it'll show you so just in case y'all everybody needs to go look that up. Put that in the chat. Actually, DFlock. DEFLOCK. deflock.com. That is a website that shows you where all of the flock cameras are in your state, in your city, so that you'll be aware. Because they tried to rule at some point in time, they tried to say that you can't alert regular citizens to the presence of police officers when they said, no, that's free speech. So the court has ruled that that's free speech. So this kid, he's just a kid who actually runs this out of a internet cafe. He runs this website and he shows you where all the flock cameras are in your state, in your city. So you can go click on your city and find out all the flock cameras. Now, the dude who owns Flock, this nigga came out and called this fool a terrorist. Said he was a terrorist for showing people where the flock cameras are because they want to record you. They want this police state to jump off. So this nigga said the dude, now Flock is not some big corporation or something. He a little kid, nigga like 22 years old, sitting inside of a goddamn internet cafe, running his little computer, sipping on a latte. Like, nigga, that's not a corporation. It's a little kid who doesn't want to be ruled by the system. And he's fighting back. Shout out to that kid.
See, LAPD, Los Angeles Police Department, ending deal with company operating license plate reading cameras.
LA ain't with it, baby. LA is ending their contract with Flock. Y'all better see, you can do this. If you get on your politicians enough in your city, they'll with enough backlash, they will bend and bow down. That's what happened in LA. They was recording all the people like, oh, nigga, nah. Nigga, nah. Now, I think this also happened because of a lot of the cartels and shit that be rolling through here in LA, Southern California. They was like the cartel. I think this is some cartel got in on some high up and was like, nigga, you can't be tracking all the cars rolling through here because, nigga, a lot of this is cartel trafficking. So I think that's why California or Los Angeles, mainly California, it's a full state, but it's LAPD really, they ending their contract with the Flock because I don't think they want to be tracking the child trafficking that goes on in Los Angeles by the cartel.
LAPD is ending its agreement with Flock Safety, the company that operates the surveillance cameras throughout the city. They announced it will allow its agreement with the company to expire, ending the department's 3-year relationship with the security firm, at least for now. Flock cameras capture images of vehicles and license plates on roadways and other information about the vehicles. LAPD says the cameras can help track down suspects involved in crimes. LAPD says the company's cameras are audited and inspected for compliance regularly, and stored data is kept between 7 and 30 days before it's deleted. Cameras have drawn mixed reactions from residents. Some support the surveillance technology, while others argue it violates privacy rights. LAPD officials said those concerns influenced the department's decision not to renew the agreement. So they were listening to the community. The contract is not being renewed because of serious concerns around civil liberties and civil rights issues, particularly around privacy and the data that is being collected from these cameras. And that was LAPD's chief information officer being quoted. He went on to say the LAPD had to make a difficult decision. In this case, discontinuing using Flock services until we can get those data, privacy, security, and sharing concerns ironed out through a contractual relationship. So they're open to the idea, but they want to work some more kinks out of it. LAPD says the department does not use Flock's cameras to help U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The use, and this again is a quote, the use is strictly for law enforcement purposes and is inherently not for any immigration purposes. The cameras can be searched. If there's criminal activity, there needs to be an active case. Users have to be registered in the system and trained in the system. It's uncertain whether the cameras will continue recording after the agreement expires. And so they're getting at here is, well, the cameras are in place. They're up. The contract with the LAPD.
So what Flock is trying to do is trying to tell them, yo, you don't even got to pay us. We'll do it for free. And I think one city still did it. One city canceled the contract, but Flock told them, "Hey, we'll do it for free," because they collect that data. The money is their data, is the data they collect that gets to train AI. So they was like, "Fuck it, we'll do it for free." So one city still let them do it. LA didn't say they was gonna let them do it. They was gonna let them do it, but again, I think this is because of the trafficking, all of the drug and mostly child trafficking and people trafficking that goes on in Southern California, which is why they're doing this shit. And like somebody says, how are we gonna do crime if you watching us? like Chief just said, he said, how we gonna do crime if you watching us? Real quick, Broderick Enoch and Sharice Reed. Excuse me, I'm Brandon Terry, Broderick Enoch, Brandon Terry, and Sharice Reed. Thank you guys for the cash app. Oops.
May the Force be with you.
Thank you, guys. We're at 75. Man, I'm bad with math, you guys. We're at 280 for the day. 285 for the day. Thank you, guys. So shout out to my city for bitching out. Thank you for bitching out and shutting down the flock cameras, because goddamn, that was crazy. But in your city, again, just make sure you go to deflock so that you know where all of the cameras are in your city, so that you don't get caught up. Because what they'll do is flock will alert police officers. They'll see you doing something, traveling, and if you hit another flock camera within a certain amount of time, that says you're speeding, and then flock will alert the I'm saying LAPD, but the police. Flock will alert the local police, and then they'll be on you and say, well, there's no way you could have gotten from this section over here to this section this fast within this amount of time unless you were going this amount of speed. So this is what they're trying to do. Just calculate without even seeing you. Calculate that you were speeding and then give you a ticket. Fuck that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. So moving along. In Skittle news, the Fruitopian Mafia. Yo, hold up. The Fruitopian Mafia. Let me make sure I didn't forget anybody in the super chats. So the Fruitopian Mafia, they was on a cruise ship, and they were going to the Mediterranean, Middle East, and it was a Fruitopian cruise. Basically, they had Fruitopia on the side of the boat with big ass rainbow. Fruitopias are us. And they tried to roll up into the Muslim countries, mainly Turkey and Egypt. And Turkey and Egypt said, you better turn that bitch ass boat back around, nigga. We don't do zesty in our country, nigga. We don't zest. We don't do zesty in our country. So check this out. Like, holy. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me find it. This is crazy.
This ship, known as the Scarlet Lady, caters to LGBTQ passengers. It departed from Athens for a Mediterranean tour, but there are 2 planned ports of call that it won't be making. Turkish officials have banned the ship from docking in the country's ports, citing moral standards. That's according to the CEO of the events company that organized the voyage. How do you feel about the fact that this country...
It said moral standards. We don't get down with that bullshit over here, my nigga. We don't do that. And you ain't bringing that shit in our country, trying to infect our country with that bullshit. You want to do it over there with you? Hey, nigga, go ahead and you do that over there. Over here, we don't do that shit over here.
Has said no to you. Now, that is so shocking, though.
Yes, it is. And the one way I can put it is, you know, the LGBTQ plus community is very resilient. We just came out of Pride Month, where we recognize the Stonewall riots and standing up for ourselves, where we recognize coming out of the AIDS epidemic, where we recognize that we won the fight for marriage equality. So we're resilient people. We can bounce back from a whole lot. However, I will say, I will not forget that Turkey and its country decided to turn us away. You know, as I'm sure you know, there hasn't been an official Pride event in Turkey since 2015, ever since the Erdogan administration began. And
he like, we ain't with that. We ain't doing that over here, nigga. You ain't about to stop birth over here. You ain't about to upset our society over here. Upset the nuclear family, man and woman. About to tell masculine men that they toxic masculine because they don't walk around with colored hair, sliding on fucking flip-flops. Nigga, because you ain't sliding on flip-flops with colored hair, nigga. You toxic masculine. You're too toxic. Your masculinity is too toxic for me. Can you color your hair purple or purple? Put on a little purple with a little pink highlights for me. That'll work for me. You know, loosen you up, soften you up a little bit because you're too toxic for me, man. Turkey said, "You can kick rocks."
He has not been a friend to the LGBTQ plus community, so it's not much of a surprise. But things change, and we just keep soldiering on.
As a gay man, it's really hard to hear. I know this kind of prejudice is not new to these kind of countries, and obviously, I don't want to go anywhere that shares those kind of views. But you just can't help but feel that with this current administration, people around the world feel more emboldened to do these kinds of things. It's just really awful. I would like to hope that the world is moving forward, but it just kind of feels like we're moving backwards.
Wait. So we got to talk about a hilarious story that I think really is a great example of how people in this country, in Western countries, who run around boohoo-whining and crying oppression, they don't really know what real so-called oppression is, right? Even if you are a so-called minority, in this case, we're talking about the LGBTQ. There's no place on earth where you have more rights, more privileges. And Egypt said, nah, we good. We don't want you either.
Never been to Egypt, booked my tour to see the pyramids, wake up this morning, denied entry into Egyptian waters as well. No, this doesn't say explicitly because we're gay, but it's because we're gay. But it's like,
nigga, you ain't about to infect the pyramids, nigga, with your fruitopian sauce, nigga. Get your zest sauce off the pyramids. Nigga, this is a zest-free zone. Pyramids. Zest-free zone. Like, nigga, do you see the sign that says no zest in this area around the pyramids, nigga? That's what it says. Get your ass, step your ass back. Like, we don't do zest.
we're too gay to come spend a bunch of money in your country?
I'm aboard a ship that's just been denied entry into another port, this time in Egypt, last time in Turkey, because the people on the ship love who they love. And you may have seen the icon that is Pike Lapone's previous post about how angry and sad this makes us, and I'm sure a lot of you too. But it is also, I think, a real wake-up call and sign that, you know, things aren't getting better and there needs to be awareness of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these people expected, but you know, I would expect.
You can't force your shit on everybody. This is what they want. Just want to help the oppressed LGBTQ communities in those countries have a voice and this and that. Nigga, no. Nigga, they can have a voice, they just gotta whisper, nigga. You don't get a bullhorn when you use your voice in these countries. You get to whisper, nigga. Use your inside voice. You ever heard that shit? Use your indoor voice. That's what they telling them over there, nigga. Dude, don't use your outdoor voice, nigga. Use your as loud as I want it over here. Because again, you're not about to upset our societies over here. We have a certain way our societies run, nigga. If you want to do the other shit, go to those other countries that promote that shit. But what you're not about to do is fuck it all up for everybody else who like the way society is, which is 90% of the people, 99, 95, depending on how, you know, the percentage of the gay community in those countries, you know, 95, 99% of the people want to keep it like that. But for the 2% of the people who want to float around here with in a parasol and, and a goddamn tutu, we got to change everything for these niggas. Okay.
To get on a so-called gay cruise and to be docking at a Muslim country, right? I don't think that is a reasonable thing to expect. But some of these individuals are shocked, right? They're shocked and they're surprised that they got rejected by Turkey and Egypt. So without further ado, let's actually go ahead and get into this.
Well, for the second time this week, a gay cruise in the Mediterranean was denied entry. The Turkish government banned travelers from docking because of, quote, moral standards. At least 1,000 Americans are on board, including passengers from South Florida.
NBC6's Jamie Garola spoke with some of them, and he's live in Miami with more. Jamie.
Yeah, this is a very popular gay cruise. They've been doing this for decades, and some passengers on board say they have been looking forward to this for a while. It was sold as an epic summer adventure from Athens to Venice on Virgin Voyages Scarlet Lady. It's hosted by Atlantis Events, the largest gay and lesbian vacation company in the world. Thomas Barker is from Miami. The 10-day trip was a gift to him from his husband.
And so there are thousands of men who come up to the ship to celebrate and to feel free to be who we are without any fear of homophobia or to be able to be ourselves in a public space.
But that...
I'm with him. Hey, I don't fuck with this nigga on most of the shit he do. Sometimes I agree. This is the one time. This is the time I agree.
That'd be a crazy punishment, right? Like imagine as a straight man, if you were punished, right? You were punished for, I don't know, a crime or something, right? Your punishment that you got to spend 10 days. on a gay cruise. Yo, that would be horrible. That would be absolutely horrible. I can't imagine. Right? I can't imagine. I'm just saying. There's some unspeakable things that probably went down on that cruise ship, bro. There's some unthinkable things that probably went down on that cruise ship. Nah, not for me.
Trapped on that
not
boat.
for me. Not for me. Just thinking about it. Just thinking about 10 days at sea.
Oh, hell
on
no.
a gay cruise with all those dudes. All those dudes. And you already know what they're doing, bro. Like, this ain't no family-friendly gay cruise.
Right here,
You already know those LGBTQ cruises, they're explicitly sexual. So you know what they're doing on
Hey, I
that
gotta
cruise, bro.
mess with him on this right
They
here.
clapping cheeks all day long. Right? They get their stuff pushed in every single day.
Right, see, now you lost me.
Will come to our province for such an event.
I mean, I think what's really disappointing is
Can't not align. Authorities posted this online. Translated in English, it says, a cruise ship chartered by a group known for behavior that does not align with the values and moral standards of our society and that had generated significant concern among various segments of the public has been canceled. It is absolutely out of the question that this group will come to our province for such an event.
I mean, I think what's really disappointing is that we spent
They said, hell no.
They said it is absolutely out of the question. Like, nigga, it is no discussion on this whatsoever. You understand me? Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? There is no question. I just want to no question. Do you understand? Like, I can't just no. Nigga, no, we don't know. We don't do that. Can I go to that country? And I need to go to that country. Because goddamn.
Right? They probably triple down on it.
They said, hell no.
They're not apologizing. They're not walking anything back. They're not mincing words, anything like that. They're just saying it straight up. Right?
Hell no.
Absolutely
Hell to the
no
no.
conditions. Will they come into our country, right? Will they be docking at our port because we don't agree with what they're doing on that cruise ship? Wow, incredible.
a lot of our times as gay people really trying to find safe spaces, and going on this cruise is about as safe as it's supposed to get, right? And we were excited to go to new places and potentially experience that safe space in places like Turkey and in Egypt, where it is obviously very difficult to be a gay person in those countries.
Bro, imagine being so delusional that you think they're going to Turkey or Egypt. Somehow it's going to be a safe space, right? You know damn well that's
you think Turkey and Egypt gonna be a safe space, nigga? Muslims don't do that, nigga. Not out in the open. Anyway, I'm sure some Muslims out there doing it. Apparently, they said the Ayatollah of Iran, he's supposed to be gay. I don't know, but nigga, not out in the open. They don't talk about it. The only reason we know is because Fox News keeps calling him the gay Ayatollah. That's the only reason we know. Otherwise, that nigga don't say it. They don't fuck around with that shit over there. They don't do it. They don't mess around with that. So shout out to Turkey and Egypt. God damn it, man. Shout out to Turkey and Egypt. Woo! They say you're not doing it here. Also, Africa's like that too. Africa, they don't do that. Kenya niggas are not. Can't do that shit over here either. That's why America was. They said they was going to withhold aid to Africa, to Kenya, because they wouldn't budge on their LGBT policies, their laws. Hey, nigga, we're not doing it. Nigga, no. Nigga, no. I said no. Nigga, get out of my face. We're not doing that. They were really acting like if they just keep asking you and asking you and asking you and asking you, nigga, no. Nigga, some people have ultimate resolve. They stay 10 toes down, up to their ankles, up to their knees. We ain't budging. So, moving along. Speaking of the Fruitopians, we're still in Skittle news. They're trying to take over. Excuse me. They're trying to take over the medical industry, medical schools. So they have infiltrated the medical schools, and it's hard for doctors now. Or I don't know if it's hard for doctors, but they can't really say. They can't give care because they can't distinguish a gender or sex, or they have to deal with the gender or the sex. Like, can a man have a baby? Now, if you're an obstetrician, you're going into being an obstetrician in the school, and you say, can a man have a baby? Now this whole thing flips up when you say, well, yeah, a man can have a baby. A trans man can have a baby. What? Wait a minute. But can a man? Well, a trans man is a man. So what are we saying here? You're using these outdated, chaotic archaic terms. What are you doing? We don't use that language here, sir. We are inclusive, all inclusive. So you can't get no damn health care because the damn doctor can't determine what the hell you are. This is crazy. So check this out.
Dr. Hargood, under questioning from Ms. Miller, you said, quote, the vast majority of pregnancies are in women, end quote. Who has the other pregnancies?
It's possible for transgender people.
Oh, sorry.
So wait, so your testimony is, again, to transgender people? I thought a transgender woman was a woman. So you said the vast majority of pregnancies are in women. So who are the other pregnancies?
Don't recognize themselves as we have transgender programs for both pediatrics and adults. We do not do surgery under the age of 18. Okay. And we abide by federal and state law, as well as the recommendations of 35 professional associations in North America.
Well, then you are ignoring the HHS, you are ignoring the UK, you are ignoring Finland, ignoring Sweden, ignoring...
It's not a program that I am an expert in.
Okay.
But those clinicians that focus on this area are continuously evaluating international literature.
Wait. So we got to talk about this fascinating congressional hearing. And of course, Democrats didn't like this. So they started boohoo-whining and crying about how being against DEI is racist, aka being against anti-white discrimination and being for common sense is a form of bigotry. This is essentially what they argued. However, they weren't able to even define the bigotry that they claim that they're experiencing because they can't even define what a woman is.
Let me just say, I have a black doctor and I sought my black doctor out. In fact, black doctors are in high demand because black patients know that culturally competent care can be the difference between care and cure or life and death. That's just what it is. Just really quickly, I don't know if some of my colleagues know some of the history of a black care.
Yeah, she's not wrong. Melanated doctors, they have a better insight into our physiology than white doctors, because we know, because the melanated doctor knows we are different. We are not the same. Melanin makes us different, as well as some other things, but we're not the same.
Care and mistreatment in the medical field. But for instance, gynecology procedures were developed from unanesthetized, non-consensual experiments performed on enslaved black women. Life-saving vaccines were developed using stolen cells from Henrietta Lacks, a non-consenting black woman. Modern healthcare was built using black bodies without our consent. And when there is even the mere suggestion that we should invest in cures for diseases disproportionately affecting black people or that there aren't enough black doctors, Republicans cry DEI and say it's unfair. They say we should only rely on so-called objective standards for medical competence. But objective according to who? You cannot standardize test your way into empathy or taking people's pain seriously or cultural competency. MCAT scores don't translate to better care for black people automatically. Having all white male doctors is just as bad for the medical profession as having all white male congressmen is to our government.
Get paid less money for doing the same work as men, but since Republicans are anti-equity, the EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, has weakened enforcement of pay discrimination laws, maintaining and widening our gender wage gap by the day. Y'all have any daughters?
Milk Dud. What up, Milk Dud? That's her nickname, Milk Dud. So Milk Dud be out here wilding out. Now, when she first came into Congress and she had hair, I thought she was fine as hell. What the hell you doing, Milk Dud? one half of a booty cheek? What did, girl? I don't need another half of an ass cheek. Mine already look like that. I can't get with nobody like that. We both look like an ass. If we fucking try to we go cheek to cheek, somebody walk up on us from the top, they think we trying to moon them. Somebody think we trying to moon them. Or we could just fake moon somebody by putting our heads together and sticking, going like that. I can't deal with no girl who's bald head. Let me tell you something, ladies. The universe, nature meant for you to have hair. That's why it grows longer than men's. And it's softer. God damn it. Women, you are meant to have hair. So I don't want to hear this shit. If your hair falls out, Figure it out. Put some more hair on that shit. Don't be, oh, this is natural and this is not. No, no, natural is what you came into the universe with. That's natural. Put that hair back on your head. I don't want to be playing cranbone on your head when I get bored. According to Crichton, cranbone. According to Crichton. I don't want to play cranbone on my girl head. Put a damn wig on. Just saying. Drum roll, please. I don't want to do that to my girl. I just don't.
Not to mention, black women making 65 cents on the dollar to white men. And finally, women are underrepresented in medical trials to find cures for diseases that affect us. But because Republicans are attacking inclusion, they cut funding for women's health research projects. So let me sum it up. Anti-DEI is anti-woman. And those harms are compounded by attacks on voting rights, like the so-called Save America Act that Republicans are fixated on passing, which could disenfranchise nearly 70 million women simply because their last names on their ID no longer match their birth certificates after being married, which pro-family people seem to care about. Not to mention the attacks on bodily autonomy. As women, our bodies are treated as a debate, and Republicans are passing laws that restrict what we do and when we do it, something men have never had to struggle with. So when it comes to Republicans on this committee who are all men, enacting more harm on women through anti-DI hearings like this one, we need to call it out and fight back.
He said both of us together would look like his and hers bowling right. Hey, y'all got some jokes today, huh? Y'all niggas got jokes today? Is that what it is? Y'all trying to out-joke me today? Let's get it there, god dang it. Let's see who got the best jokes. Oh, that's funny, though. That's funny. It's like his and hers bowling right. His and hers bowling balls. No diddy. Here we go.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this June 2026 article from Afrotech titled Civil Rights Organizations and Nonprofits Sign Letter Demanding Transparency and Response from the Trump Administration Regarding DEIA Ban.
Without objection.
So y'all, since Donald Trump is so loud and proud about these efforts to dismantle and defund DEIA, why do you think the Trump administration is hiding all the data on their firings? Okay, I guess that's my time. All right then, thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. Thank you, Congresswoman. And I'd be happy to look at your Equal Rights Amendment and read through it. I guess my biggest question was, does it define what a woman is?
Oops. Uh-oh.
I look forward to your signing on.
We'll take a look at it. I just was hoping.
Now, she just said all this stuff about women, but then he just said, all right, tell me what a woman is. Oh, gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Women this, women that, women. All right, what is a woman? Oh, look at the time. Look at the time. Look at the time. Ma'am, you're not wearing a watch. Oh. Well, why do I keep hitting? I forgot something outside. Like, what is a woman? You can't know. You can go after you tell us what a woman is. Can I have a recess? No.
Things for some analytical clarity, but thank you. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, so clearly that was a hilarious moment, right? Because Democrats, again, when it comes to so-called women's rights and basically claiming that women are oppressed, that there's a so-called gender wage gap, which is also not true, that black women are being discriminated against, and that for whatever reason, we also...
Yeah, it's a medical condition. I don't give a damn. Put a wig on. I don't give a goddamn. Do something with that shit. She can put a wig on. She was wearing a wig when she first got to Congress. Looking fine as hell. She looked good as shit with hair. She looked fine as hell with hair. Straight up. Ayanna Pressley, go look at Ayanna Pressley when she first got into Congress, when she had hair. She had that wig on. She was scared for people to see her bald. And she had that wig. She was fine as shit with that hair on. Put that shit back on. I don't give a shit you got a goddamn condition. There's other alternatives. You got a condition, go condition your wig. How about that? If you got a condition, go put conditioner on your wig and throw that bitch on. Oh, you got a goddamn condition? Use some conditioner for your condition.
Also need race-based doctors, right? We need race-based medical care, right? This is what they're arguing for. Again, they can't even define what a woman is, right? And it's bad enough that a politician can't define what a woman is, especially considering how they're arguing that there's discrimination based off gender and sex. But again, they can't define what a woman is. So I'm trying to figure out exactly how they're arguing that there's some type of discrimination. But you also have these woke medical doctors who were a part of this hearing. Okay, they are from California med schools. And when confronted about whether or not men can get pregnant. Let's just say that these doctors did not inspire much confidence that they are actually sticking to objective medical standards and that their woke ideology and DI hasn't essentially taken the primary role in how they conduct their medical treatment. Take a look.
From some of the top medical schools in the nation. A House Republican asked about it at a hearing on whether DEI has infiltrated medical education.
Has a non-biological woman ever had a baby?
A transgender person can.
That's not a biological woman. Has a non-biological woman ever had a baby?
I would.
No.
Look at this dude. He can't even answer a simple question like that. Well, no, nigga, stop it. Don't come in with this bullshit. You work on sex, not gender. These are two different bodies physiologically. Stop playing.
Reiterate,
it's ridiculous.
We take care of transgender patients.
Can someone have a uterus but not be a woman? Because it seems like your school is promoting that ridiculous idea.
I think, again, as Dr. Hoggett has described, we're treating transgender people, but we're doing that in compliance with state and federal law.
I'm going to ask you again. Can someone have a uterus and not be a woman? Just say yes or no. Can they?
Again, I would.
That's what your medical school is promoting.
Wow. Well, after that congresswoman blasted the schools, telling Fox it shouldn't take a medical degree to answer a basic biology question. This hearing exposed that our medical schools have become consumed by political ideology, that they're losing sight of reality. Patients just want doctors grounded in common sense. Medical schools that abandon scientific truth should lose their accreditation. And luckily, we have Dr. Siegel here. Can men get pregnant?
No, actually, it's been tried, believe it or not. Absolutely not. There's never been a single case. And I also applaud Congresswoman Miller, because she's a woman, by the way. And so why aren't they listening to her as a woman, saying you have to be a biological woman to get pregnant? You have to have a uterus. And I think the key point here for me is, what are we teaching medical students? Because it's not so easy. As you know, Kaylee, it's not so easy, pregnancy. You have to get through a lot of issues. Their hormones are out of whack. You have issues of metabolism changing. You have blood pressure issues. You have issues of protein. You have issues of changing biology and changing anatomy. We need doctors that know about that, not doctors that are sitting there thinking, well, what hormone what pronoun should I use instead of what hormone should I use? That was a slip. And we need every moment in medical school to teach biology, medicine, and science. None for this overlay of political ideology. Zero.
Carolyn, I was beaten over the head during my tenure in Washington with the COVID, the science, but now the science surrenders to the woke.
Yeah, no, the science was political and has been really since 2020. That supposedly the most prestigious medical school leaders cannot under oath state the obvious is peak absurdity here. And it shows that for all of the triumphant political victories of the Trump administration early on.
Hold up, man. I'm trying to show the news. Y'all niggas cracking up in here. I can't keep laughing. I'm trying to focus on what they saying so I can comment on it. I can get some good commentary. some nice some lucid commentary, constructive commentary on what they're saying, and you guys is cracking up in the goddamn I can't. Hey, look here. I'm gonna have to stop looking at the damn chat. Y'all funny as shit. All right, here we go.
In this term, executive orders trying to root out gender ideology and DEI in medicine. Unfortunately, on the ground, it's taking a long time for this to catch up. And I do think that some of these medical school leaders, they're taking their cues from the top. They may be apprehensive to state the truth on camera and for the public because these accreditation organizations are also woke. They literally require equity in a lot of their charters. And of course, equity is not what we should be striving for in patient care. It should be excellence. And that, I think, elucidates the bigger point, which is the opportunity cost. Every medical student who's being trained in these ideological principles, every minute that they're spending trying to bend over backwards to accommodate this minority and their preferred gender language and their pronouns is a minute that they're not spending mastering their discipline, is a minute that the medical profession, as we know it, is being degraded for all of the rest of the people in this country who aren't suffering from this affliction, this gender delusion, who do want the best care, the best standard of surgery and of medicine.
Yeah, I can't believe that we're still doing this, right? I can't believe that we're...
Yeah, they crazy, man. Again, and so this is what's going to happen when the Democrats take control again. You got this about to be on 10,000. Because Trump tried to wipe it out. Oh my God. When they take control again, if they ever do, we hope they don't. Whew, please. Please. Let's cancel that. Let's not have these niggas take control again. But if they ever take control again, holy shit balls. Guys. Holy shit balls is all I got to say. It is over. This is coming on tenfold. Socialism, communism, fruitopianism, fucking wokeism, every ism in the world is coming when they get control again. But nothing that's going to make the country evolve in a better way. Nothing that's going to better your lives. If I can make you feel emotionally better. If I can make you say, hey, I feel good today. That's a better America. That's the America I want to live in. America where people feel good about themselves. They get out of the house and they say, hey, I feel good. I feel great. I'm going to go lay on the couch and watch some TV and play some video games. That's the America I want to live in. Feel good, lay on the couch, play video games, chill the fuck out, man. Let's not take it so serious. That's all I'm saying. That's the country you want to live in? That's the country that's coming if the Democrats are allowed to take control once again. Sorry to tell you. So moving along. In the science and the weird, that's why you should, most of the time, man, you should be try to be as healthy as possible. Preventative medicine, working out, eating healthy, cleansing, all that type of stuff, so you don't ever have to go to the doctor unless it's something dire. But you should be doing all that stuff at home. All that stuff handled at home. That should be a nuclear option. Going to the doctor. That should be the last option possible, is going to the goddamn doctor. Because you see, they're not going to even know how the hell to treat you. They're not going to know what hormones to give you unless you tell them what the right pronoun. If I tell them the wrong pronoun, will they give me hormones meant for a woman if I told them that I identify as a woman? Would they do that? Or would they say, this is meant for someone who's biologically different than you? Would they actually tell them that? Or would they try to appease them, placate them, patronize them, and say, yeah, we can give you that. Sure can. We sure can. Give you that right away. We don't want that shit. So moving along, Elon Musk is back in the news. Elon been fucking up ever since he's been in politics. This nigga been full of shit. The last couple years, really. After he done got in there and funded Trump done corrupted this nigga. So Elon Musk has his data centers. They said his data centers are causing cancer. Elon Musk's data centers are causing cancer, apparently, allegedly. So check it out. Musk data centers harm. Cancer-linked chemicals pumped into the U.S. neighborhoods by Elon Musk illegal data center, lawsuit claims. Oh my God. So look, this is the data center. This is like a thermal reading of the data center showing the hotspot and all the stuff that is kicking out. That's what you're looking at right now. So all that red, that heat, all of that is chemical, toxic, being pumped into the air. Look at that. That's what it looked like regularly. That's what it looks like just in the day. So if you just walked up on it, you wouldn't see any of that. Oops. Dang it. So look, this is what it looked, bam. And it keeps going dark when I pause it. So let me go back so you can see it in the light. All right. Look at that. So that's what it looks like in the day. You can barely tell. But at night, look, or in the thermal, look what that shit is kicking up. God damn. That's crazy. Dude, stop with the damn commercial. So it says, cancer-linked chemicals are being pumped into neighborhoods surrounding Elon Musk's massive AI data center, according to a new federal lawsuit. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, colored people, huh? Still got that right on in there. Just gonna leave it. Colored. We just gonna leave colored sitting right here where it's supposed to be. Right in front of the word people. That's what I am. Colored people. So the NAA colored people claimed in a statement that AI is operating 27 gas turbines without an air permit in South Haven, Mississippi. Mississippi, y'all better get on the ball. Effectively building a power plant for its Colossus 2 data center, which powers the company's chatbot Gov't. Oh, so this is a Grok data center. God damn. Hold on one second. I got to take a sip of water, guys. All right. God damn. Needed some water. All right. So the lawsuit claims the turbines emitted or had the potential to emit smog-forming pollutants, fine particulate matter, and formaldehyde. That's the embalming fluid. That's also, would you get Primos? You ever had a Sherm stick? Not Primo, but a Sherm stick. Anybody ever had Sherm? That's like a joint dipped in formaldehyde. That's what a lot of these niggas out here used to use back in the day. Gangsters, they used to dip weed joints into formaldehyde, and it's called the Sherm stick. So formaldehyde and a known carcinogen near homes, schools, and churches. The pollutants can inflame. The pollutants can inflame the airways, penetrate deep into the lungs and bloodstream, and increase the risk of asthma, heart disease, and cancer. Plaintiffs said the alleged violations exposed predominantly Black communities. Oh, that's why the NAA colored people in here. So this nigga done set up, Elon done set up the goddamn data centers around niggas to kill the niggas, huh? Not around the white folks. Elon, bitch. You gonna kill all the niggas with all the pollutants, huh? Okay. Black communities, which already suffer disproportionately high rates of respiratory illness to additional harmful pollution. The legal battle centers on AI's rapid expansion after the company built what it called the world's largest AI supercomputer to train its chatbot Gov't. Unable to secure enough electricity from the grid, the company allegedly built what the lawsuit describes as an unpermitted gas-fired power plant to keep the facility running. The NAACP is now asking a federal judge to halt the turbine's operation, impose financial penalties, and require XAI to install pollution controls. Yo, Shannon Ross, thank you for the Cash App.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. Did I miss anybody while I was gone? And Darius Foster, thank you, sir, for the Cash App.
May the force be with you.
All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the super chat and the Cash App. We're almost there. Where are we at right now? I think. Oops, that's another 20. I think we're at 305. 305. So almost there. So Elon is trying to kill niggas. Elon trying to kill all the niggas in Mississippi anyway. Because they won't let the data centers, people are getting aware of the dangers and damages these data centers can do. So when they hold in these city council meetings to say whether what the opinions are of the people, they're going. These community meetings, they're going. They say, hell no, don't put that shit over here. But apparently that didn't happen with Elon, or whatever happened with Elon. They didn't know this back when Elon was building this. So yo, throw him up, get everything you can, shut all of that down. Shut all of that crap down. That's ridiculous. The thermal imaging that we just saw is crazy. Now you should have a I don't know if you can see this air filter right here. This thing that's sitting right here. That's a giant air filter. So you guys need to have that. That's a Honeywell air filter. Biggest one they got. They use them in hospitals, the Honeywells. All of you should have one of those because they're all the shit they're pumping into the air. You need to be cleaning the air in your house. Also, the most toxic air is in your house. They're called VOCs, volatile organic compounds. VOCs. They're the chemicals that all of your shit emits, sheds. All of the, all the stuff in your house is made with chemicals. So as they degrade, they let off chemicals in the air, in the pollutions in the air, pollutants, the paint on your walls, all of that stuff. Now they have what they call VOC-free paints, but it's still toxic shit. But so all of you should have air purifiers in your house. Straight up, don't mess around. Air purifier, people. Real quick, I forgot to show y'all this. I had this sitting on the table. Forgot to show you. The Norman Dodd guy. The reason they stopped it, so he was getting ready to bring those non-governmental organizations, those nonprofits, to court for all the shit they were doing. For using America or trying to form America with communism. They were getting ready to bring him to court, and then the main prosecutor, they had him thrown off the case because they said he was gay. I guess back in the 20s, they call you gay in the 20s, nigga. That was a wrap for your whole career. So they said they got in there, they walked into court, called that nigga a big ass a fugit. Look at him, he's a fugit. They call him that. If y'all don't know where that's from, that's Jean-Claude Van Damme. He said that in one of his movies. He couldn't say the other word. He didn't know how to say it, his accent. He said, look at him, he's a fugit. So, but that's what somebody called this nigga in court. They called the prosecutor that shit in court. That nigga had to shut everything down. But also, they shut him down because of this book. They said he had Norman Dodd. They shut Norman Dodd down on this because they said one of his partners had this book. I don't know if y'all can see this book right here. You know, see it? There it goes. There it is. This book breaks down this is a woman. She wrote this book and she breaks down the whole the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. She does this is a whole breakdown of that whole book, breaking down how it's real, how it's fact, how much fact it's based on. And she gives you a count by count breakdown of the Zionism, the case, all of that. This nigga had this book on his desk in the 20s. He had this book on his desk, maybe the 20s, maybe the 30s. Had this book on his desk, and they destroyed Norman Dodd for having that book. But that was crazy. So it's still always been about the Khazars, the bitch reel for the longest time. So moving along, still in the science and the weird, says debunking a major myth. Ancient Egyptian princesses were skilled hunters with bulging muscles, study finds. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on this article, but we have to read it. We got to see if there was some ladies out there putting it down, smacking ass. Them Greeks came through. We had to put the sisters on. We had to hand them sisters some soldiers. Had the soldiers, sister soldiers. We had to hand them some swords so that they can help us out. They can help out. So it says debunking the myth of the male warrior. Ancient Egyptian princesses were skilled hunters with bulging muscles, study finds. Bullshit. So let's see though. Yo, what is going on, man? Hold on, guys. All right, there we go. This thing is tripping again. Jesus Christ. Yo, it says my mic went out. This thing just said my mic went out. Can you guys hear me? Yo, let me know if you guys can hear me. It just said my mic went out. Yo, put a 1 in the chat. Can y'all hear me? Thank you, mic. Thank you, mic. Thank you, mic. Okay, we get all right. Word. Thank you. So it says, if you were asked to picture a warrior, a vision of a muscular man might spring to mind. But a new study might have you repainting that image in your head. Archaeologists from Beni Suef University say that in ancient Egypt, it was the princesses who were the most skilled warriors. Bullshito. But let's keep it moving. In their study, the team analyzed 6 royal mummies found in Dashur, a funerary complex of pyramids and shaft tombs. Their analysis revealed that 5 of the mummies belonged to princesses. Out of the 6, 5 were princesses. Okay. How do you know? Who had been buried alongside bows, arrows, and daggers. So they were bow and arrow. They had bow and arrows and daggers. These are weapons that you use. These are, well, the dagger is a close range weapon, but that's only in last case. From if you don't hit them with the bow and arrow. They weren't up on motherfuckers fighting. They could bow and arrow. They were distance fighters. You ain't up on somebody if you got a bow and arrow. Members of the royal family, especially the women, were active participants in skilled, physically demanding activities such as archery and hunting. Archery, see, yeah, you can shoot. Yeah, nobody tripping women shooting the bows, said Dr. Zainab, author of the study. This conclusion is supported by the way their bones developed to sustain heavy muscle use. Now, that could also be fat. Just because you got big bones don't mean you was supporting heavy muscle. That could also mean you fat. There's a whole lot of big boned women out here who are burger murdering. they not swole muscle. They not Arnold Schwarzeneggers out here. They some burger murderers. So big bones don't mean big muscles. So it says glutes are muscles. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. They're the biggest muscles in the body, actually. Glutes are the biggest muscles in the body, for sure. And let me say this, women have stronger legs than men because women have to carry babies. So women have stronger legs, essentially, than men. Like if you put a woman on like a leg press, I seen a woman, she was on leg pressing 1,200. Crazy. Leg press 1,200. She old girl was crazy. Her legs is crazy. Now women can, their knees are not as good as men's, but their thigh muscles are just as strong, if not stronger. So it says discovered in hold on. This conclusion is supported by the way their bones developed sustained heavy muscle use, which corresponds directly to weapons discovered in their tombs. What? A bow and arrow doesn't have anything to do with big bones. A bow and arrow has nothing to do with big bones. You're shooting somebody from distance. What the hell does that have to do with you having muscles? Come on, man. 4 of the princesses in the tomb were daughters of Pharaoh, Amenemhat, Princess Kenmet, Princess Itoret, Princess Ita, and Princess whatever. The other 2 tombs analyzed also belong to royalty, Princess Noob Hotep and King Hor. King Hor? King Hor! Like probably Horus, short for Horus, and contain similar regalia. While the mummy's soft tissue had turned to powder long ago, several bones remained, allowing archaeologists to estimate the individual's age at death, height, sex, and illness or injury. Princess Ita was a young woman aged between 28 and 34 with strong upper body. How do you know she was strong? You don't know that. If the muscles turned to dust, how the hell you know she was strong? You don't know that. Dude, stop it, man. I love how you act like the physiology of women and men has changed since then, where women have become meeker and weaker since then. Because of what? What would have allowed women to become meeker and weaker if they were strong back then? Why wouldn't they have continued just to be strong? Smacking the shit out of niggas. That makes no sense. So again, Princess Intiba, I just read that. 38 to 24 with strong upper body, muscles attachments, suggesting she habitually used weapons like maces or daggers. Maces, you just threw that in there. You just threw a mace in there. A mace is a medieval weapon. A mace is not an ancient Kemetan weapon. That's a medieval weapon. Princess Kenmet was a woman in her late 30s or 40s who showed signs of thinning bones but had very robust ligament attachments. Princess Itoret was a young woman aged between 20 and 34 who survived broken ribs and foot fractures. Her skeleton shows she was a skilled archer. How you know she was skilled? See, they just throwing bullshit in there. You don't know that she was skilled or not, nigga, because you see a bow and arrow laying next to some bones. Get your dumb ass out of here. This is stupid shit. The sisters' bones had robust muscle attachments. How you know that? They're dust. Their muscle attachments are dust. Those would be the ligaments that attach muscles to bones. Those are dust too. Ligaments don't stay around. They don't last forever. So how do you know? Come on, man. The sisters' robust muscle attachments indicating they were highly physical, according to researchers. Dr. Hashesh said, we found pronounced development in the upper limbs of these individuals, which correlates to repetitive high-intensity actions like pulling a bowstring or stabilizing a weapon, providing these activities were habitual throughout their. These aren't really strenuous activities that don't require a lot of muscle. You got a bunch of women archers in the Olympics today that don't. These are little tiny ass women. Some of them are short as shit, 5'3". It doesn't require major muscles to shoot a bow and arrow. It just doesn't. Nor can you find out, nor if somebody is skilled just by looking at a bow and arrow and some bones. You have no idea how skilled this person was using that bow and arrow because their bones is lying next to it. So again, I understand they're trying to pump up women, but this is one of them DEI articles to me where they try to pump up women without any actual evidence that there were some women warriors. This is that woman warrior movie where they tried to act like the warrior women in Africa, that warrior group, the ones who protected the king, what was that, the woman king? They tried to act like those were all the warriors in that society, in that kingdom, when they were only a small faction of the warriors. They were a very small faction of the warriors, and most of them were men. Most of the warriors were men. 90-something% of the warriors were men. And that little faction protected the king. That's it. So again, I love women, but stop trying to make women into men. Stop it. Women can be warriors for sure. Women, there's Amazon. Women can be great warriors. Yeah, there's some, but not all. Some, but not all. So yes, can women be warriors? Absolutely. Can women whoop ass? Yes, I've taught some. I've taught some women how to whoop ass. But is it a normal, natural thing? No, it is not. And especially for them to think that it was a normal thing within that society. They may have been warriors, but for you to act like they were muscular and skilled and all that based off of bow and arrow and some bones is some bullshit. Call them bullshit, nigga. You have no idea their skill level based on bones. She could have been pulling the what? Wait a minute, what you say? She could have been pulling the what? Hey, y'all funny as shit. She could have been pulling the prince's meat. How many pounds of pressure was this bow they were stringing? Surely not a compound bow. Probably not. But overall, we maintain our womanly physique. That's what we like. Maintain that physique. We don't want dude girls. We don't want man bitches. We like feminine, godly goddesses. Thank you. Can we keep those feminine goddesses? Can we get those in here? Divine goddesses? Can y'all give a shout out to the feminine divine goddesses, please? Can we do that? That's what I want. Just saying. So moving along. Shout out to the feminine divine goddesses. Love you so much. I surely do. So moving along, future of warfare. The future of warfare. What is the future of warfare? Well, now drones can go invisible. Not stealth, meaning bounce light. They made drones be able to, one drone they made can spin so fast it goes invisible when it's around you. So you won't even be able to detect it, probably except for the wind current that it makes. But damn. So check this out. The future of warfare. Invisible drones. God damn.
Ah, moving day. You've got options. Let United handle the hassle. Simple booking, qualified drivers and equipment, and avoid the hidden costs of moving with the other guys.
We're just going to mute that. You see it? Look. You can barely see it. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they got to do something about that sound. That's crazy. Look at that shit.
Oh, yeah.
They got to do something about that damn sound. You ain't sneaking up on nobody. Excuse me. You ain't sneaking up on nobody. What the fuck is that outside? Nigga, I can hear that shit from down the block. Hey, the phone ringing? Somebody, hey, answer the phone. That ain't the phone? What the fuck is that? You sure that ain't the phone? Hey, nigga, pick up the phone. So that shit sound like a phone ringing. A broken phone. Sound like a broken phone ringing. The future of warfare. Creepy drones spins so fast it disappears before your eyes and can be used to sneak up on the enemy. Now, who is the enemy? That's the question. Who do they determine is the enemy in this scenario here? Would that be you? Can you be the enemy? I think so. The battlefield of the future could feature invisible drones if the latest model is anything to go by. Scientists at Northwestern University have designed a drone that spins so fast it disappears before your eyes. Goddamn. Called the Phantom Twist, the drone spins up to 25 times every second. God dang. Which is too fast for the human eye to see. While it's completely invisible, while it isn't, completely invisible, the drone is about 10 times less visible than a conventional quadcopter. Its developers describe its appearance as a ghostly smudge, claiming it blends seamlessly into the background. Most efforts to hide drones focus on making them look like their surroundings, said Michael Rubenstein. Oh, Rubenstein. Nothing peculiar there. Who led the work. Instead, we asked whether we could design the drone itself around the way humans perceive motion. This idea of low visibility through persistent motion is something few people have explored. That's what it looks like when it's not spinning. That's crazy. To come up with the unusual design, the team first used a computer to generate roughly 20,000 different configurations. Then using AI, they tested different arrangements of major components before coming up with a short list of designs. The design process was fully automated. Then, when we were confident that the drone, my eyes are a little bit bad. When we were confident that the drone met all of our criteria, we built it. While drones typically feature 4 separate rotors, Phantom Twist has just one motor and 1 propeller, which spins in one direction. For a typical quadrotor drone, the propellers are spinning, but the robot is stationary. So you still see its body for our drone. The whole thing is rotating. So there's no stationary parts. According to their initial test, the drone is about 10 times less visible than standard drones. God damn. Now, how soon before they upscale this technology to the military? The military either funded this. Say this, the military either funded this or they're about to snatch this up. This is getting snatched up immediately. Do y'all know that the government can come in and claim your inventions if they deem it's a national security? national security threat, or it would benefit national security or the nation as far as security and all that, they can come and snatch your invention. Call it eminent domain. Come and snatch your shit. They showed that in this whack ass movie, that whack of a movie, what was it? Wakanda Forever, when they showed Iron Chick. So she basically created the iron suit at what was it? Caltech or wherever she was. And or MIT, and the government stole it. They stole her technology. So this is about to be snatched up and applied to a weapons drone, allegedly. Bet you this is about to be applied to a weapons drone or a bunch of weapons drones. So that's messed up. That's effed up. Some in white. Wait. Some white and say so-ish. I don't know what that means. That's a little too much shorthand for me. You gotta shore it up a little bit. It's called Ironheart. Yeah, I know. Iron Chick. That's what she called. Iron Chick. That's what I call it. You call it what you want. I call it Iron. I call it Iron Chick. They will take your tech. Absolutely. They will snatch your shit up in a second. They don't give a damn. It's actually there's a law. There's actually a law that states if your technology is, I forgot, and Patrick David, he actually showed the law on his show once. I forgot the name of it, but it's something like I don't even want to mess up the name, but it's something like the future invention something type of act or whatever. But if they deem that your invention is detrimental to the security of America, they'll steal your shit. They'll snatch it right up. What you got on my invention, homie? Straight up Debo your shit. And the last thing I got in the science and the weird, there's a reason we all love sugar, everybody. I was like, why does everybody love sugar more than anything else? It's more addictive than crack, cocaine, heroin. Sugar is the most addictive thing in the world. Sugar. Why is sugar so addictive? Why do we love sugar so that? Why do I love my Dewey's cookies the way I do? Why do I love Dewey the way I do? I love you, Dewey. First of all, and Dewey's cookies, just found out they have to do some research on Dewey's cookies because I was going in on them Dewey's cookies. Dewey's cookies is from Germany, where they don't put no bullshit in them cookies. Very low calorie, super thin. So if you're going to eat actual cookies, Dewey's is probably the best cookies you can actually eat. They're from Monrovia, Germany, with no GMO, all the healthy shit in it, or as healthy as a cookie can be, I should say. So shout out to Dewey's. So moving along, like I said, so sugar, it's the reason we love sugar, guys. It's the reason we love sugar. And what is that reason? Well, if I can find it. Uh-oh. Oh man, I didn't do the story. Hold on, guys. I gotta find the story. Hold on. God dang it, man. I thought I had the story in here, and I don't have it. God damn, man. Come on, bro. So my computer is starting to run a little slow. Hold on. God dang, hold on, guys. Sorry, this is God damn, man. I had the story up and it got lost. Hold on. Come on. All right. All right, here we go. Found it. God damn. All right, here we go. So check this out. So sugar, they found sugar in the center of the Milky Way. Check this out. Scientists detect sugar is in the center of the Milky Way in a breakthrough that could explain how life began on Earth. We started with sugar. Now, life starts with carbohydrates, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. Those are the main things that you need to form life. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. The four main chemicals, right? So that's why carbohydrates are so important to your diet. That's two of the main things that you're made of. Carbon and hydrogen, right? So carbohydrates, carbon, hydrogen. So sugar. Carbohydrates are sugar. Fuel, power, right? So it says scientists have detected sugar in the depths of interstellar space for the first time. In a remarkable discovery, a team have identified erythrulose, whatever that is, erythrulose. So anything with ose at the end is sugar, everybody. In the vast clouds of gas and dust between the stars. It was found in a molecular cloud in the center of our galaxy by 2 ultra-sensitive telescopes. You can see sugar with a telescope? The researchers said, based on their findings, up to 50 million tons of this sugar could have reached Earth's surface when it was heavily battered by space rocks some 4 billion years ago. And it raises the possibility that some of life's essential ingredients were forged in the cosmos before reaching our youngest planet. The finding is significant because sugars are among the key ingredients needed for life to exist. The detection of erythrulose is very exciting because it opens up the possibility of discovering in space other sugars such as ribose, I think this is, which is part of RNA, and other important molecules for the origins of life. The discovery strengthens the idea that the chemical ingredients needed for life are widespread in space, which adds weight to the idea that life could also have formed on other planets. So that's why they're excited, because they like, nigga, if sugar's out there, then everybody loves sugar. Other people can be made of sugar. So this, ladies, this breathes heavily into your saying sugar and spice. What it say? Ladies are made out of sugar and spice and everything nice. Hey, right there. I didn't even see this comment. It was already in the. Hey, shout out. We think alike. B. Braithwaite, think alike. Sugar and spice. So absolutely. Hey, ladies. God dang it. I know y'all sweet as hell. Sugar and spice and everything nice. So shout out to the ladies. Y'all, we know, or it's confirmed what we figured all along. Y'all made a straight up sweetness. Some of y'all, let me say, some of y'all are made of sweetness. The other ones, woo, y'all know what y'all made of. So moving along, y'all know what the hell y'all made of. Oops, last thing I got. Are you a speeder? Do you guys speed? They said, I'll just say this right real quick because I lost the story. But they said speeding, if you're a speeder on the street, if you drive fast, you speed, they said you don't get anywhere any faster. They said speeding only gets you, they tested a bunch of people for like over 10 years. They said speeding only gets you to your destination 54 seconds faster than someone who follows the speed limit. Now, I'm saying bullshit because allegedly, someone that looks like me may be one of those people who drives a little faster than they may than society may want them to. And I always get to my destination super fast. Again, I'm an offensive and defensive driver. Some people are offensive drivers, some people are defensive drivers. I'm both. You got to be both. I'm the fullback when I'm out there on the road looking to hit the slot. I'm a slot back. Where the hole at? I'm looking to hit that hole and go, baby, bow. So when I'm driving and I see other people driving and they driving all super slow, one driving medium speed, the other one driving slow, I'm looking for the hole to open up. I'm checking. I'm scanning the whole goddamn shit. Where that hole gonna open up? Because then I position myself to move on this side. If I need to get on that all the way over there, I position myself way over here. To boop, 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 boop. You got to be an offensive driver. Then you'll get there faster than you, or as fast as you want to. If you're an offensive driver, you don't sit back and let these other people determine your position in the road. Now, if you just let somebody get in front of you and drive whatever speed they want to drive, you ain't gonna get nowhere. So I would say that study is right for people who are followers, because you can drive. A lot of people drive fast until somebody get in front of them, and then they slow down and drive the speed of the person in front of them. Some people, though, they don't accept following nobody. That's me. I am not a follower. I am always looking to be at the head of the goddamn pack when I'm on the road. All the time. Every time. So, shout out to my speeders. Shout out to my speeders. Love y'all, baby. We know where we going. Just get the fuck out the way. Like Luda said, get the move, man. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out. So moving along, last thing I got in nigga news. Yeah, y'all be in our way. Slow driving ass people, texting, talking on the phone, doing all that shit. If you don't get your bitch ass out my way, I'm trying to get somewhere. Now, I wonder if the people they surveyed, if these are people who are messing around with their phones, trying to listen to the radio, talking on the phone, texting, all that stuff. That will slow you down. But if you focused about where you want to go, I don't like being in my car. Even though I have a nice car, I don't like being in it. I don't like driving. I don't like being in my car. So I'm trying to get to where I need to go so I get out of my car as fast as possible. He said that's sugar in the yoni. You goddamn right. You goddamn right, Mr. Philly. That sugar is right up in that yoni. Praise be to the yoni. Praise be to the Lord. We got to give a shout out. Praise to the yoni. The sugar in the yoni. Whatever that music is they be playing in the background in them temples. Shit, give me some music. Praise to the yoni. Praise it. Praise it. Moving along in the nigga news. Damn it, where did this shit go? I think, damn it, don't tell me I lost that. I gotta see if I can find this story. I think I might have lost it. Be losing all my stories when I be on here. So it says, all praises due. You damn right. All praises due. Mm-hmm. We give praise to the yoniness of the yoni. So a lot of people out here, they were tripping about I guess some people infiltrated somebody's there was a hold on if I can find it. Somebody's web page was infiltrated or something like that. Oh, here it is. I found it. All right, so check this out. So somebody Facebook, there was a racist Facebook. I don't know if you were racist. You can determine for yourself if it was racist. But the Facebook page was called White and Proud. And then some black folks, they found out about it was like 30,000 people in there. And some black folks found out and infiltrated the Facebook page. And that stuff got interesting. Hilarious. Here we go.
All right, so evidently there is a group on Facebook called White and Proud, and it's a racist group. When they get in there, they start talking about the discrepancies they have with black folks and how much they hate us and all that kind of stuff. And black people infiltrated the group, man. I just know this video finna be funny, man. Listen, I need y'all to hit that hype button for your boy, man.
Hype me up.
Yes, sir. And look, for the older people who don't know how to do it, if you're watching me on your phone, there are going to be 3 little dots. You're going to click those 3 little dots, and then it's going to say hype. You click that hype button, and you give them all to me. You sign your check over to me. I'm joking. But look, let's get into this video.
Okay, shh, be quiet. Y'all, this group on Facebook called White and Proud. It's called White and Proud, and a bunch of black people, join.
She too joking.
No, it's concerned white people making this one.
Wait, hold up, WD. You say you follow old boy? Yeah, this nigga funny, man. He from Louisiana. He funny as hell. Now, I watch videos on 2.0 or 2.5 speed, anywhere from 2.0 and up. So he way funnier than me when he faster. Let me just say that. When I slow him down and they get to the country talking and shit, I can't fuck with y'all niggas in the country. Y'all be slow as talk. Y'all be slow talking like a motherfucker. Slow as shit. But when I put that nigga on 2.0 speed, that nigga hilarious. He actually funny when he's slow too. He just more funny when I speed him up. But if y'all don't know who he is, that boy Will. And he got 2 of them. He says that boy Will and Rich by Design. Those both of his channels, Rich by Design and that boy Will. So here we go.
Lady was like, "Where is that?" No, it's concerned white people making. This one lady was like, "Where is that?"
Grand Rising, black people, Grand Rising. My friend on Thread says, "Rick, hurry up, get to these comments. What are these comments about?" A White and Proud group, 30,000 members. What's happening here? And then I went down the rabbit hole. After finding out other brothers and sisters have entered the group, I too entered the group. We're in here. It's become all-inclusive. Even our Mexican brothers and sisters have joined the White and Proud group. Yeah. We even started playing fun games together. What's y'all's white person's name tonight? Hers is Abigail's.
My people done went over to Facebook and infiltrated the group and have taken over the group. They have taken over the group, and my people are over in there antagonizing them racist white people. They are over there.
I love this.
Cutting up a fool over there in that group. And I finally went on over there and joined the group so I could see what's going on.
I might have to join it.
Now, that was about to be my main point of this story. What was that, Jada Elohim? You pulled out my main point. Is that I can't see right now. That's not that Jada? J Teta? I can't see. My eyes are blurry as shit. So sorry if I messed it up. But you pulled it out. So again, what they said is, they don't come into our platforms like that. Why do we get offended when they have their communities and feel we need to infiltrate? Absolutely. Why can't they be proud to be white? You proud to be black? Why did melanated people think they're racist because they just proud to be white? They can't be, that's all they are. Are they supposed to bow down and kiss down and walk and lick your shoes, lick nigga shoes and Mexican shoes and Asian shoes and all that? They can't be proud to be who the fuck they are? Again, melanated people got this thing where black people are the greatest thing in the world and only black people can be proud of who they are. That's it. Maybe Mexicans. we give Mexicans some leeway. But other than that, nobody else can be proud of who they are. Or we call them racist. But when we go black and proud, say it loud, black and proud, major songs, all that shit. Black Twitter, black this, black Instagram, black all that. We got 50 million names with black attached to it in front of it. For your own platforms and community spaces. But as soon as a white person do that shit, niggas get offended and got to infiltrate and talk shit. Now, if they did that to some nigga shit, y'all be calling them Nazis and racists and all that kind of shit. So you can't have it both ways. Either nobody's racist or both of them are. you gotta be both ways. You gotta keep it both ways.
There's a white and proud Facebook group that is currently being taken over by black people. Somehow we found the group, and now people are mad because they don't
so funny,
white people are like, why are there so many black people?
Hey guys, my name is Kelvin, and you're welcome back to the channel. There are moments on the internet that remind you why social media is completely undefeated, and this has to be one of them. Imagine creating a Facebook group, expecting it to be your own little corner of the internet, only to wake up and discover it has been transformed into one giant Black American cookout. I'm talking barbecue plates, mac and cheese, greens, memes, movie clips, family reunion vibes, and thousands of people joking like they've been members for years. The funniest part, nobody showed up throwing virtual punches. They showed up with laughter. And honestly, that's what makes this story so fascinating. Today, we're talking about the viral takeover of the White and Proud Facebook group, why it spread across social media so quickly, and why so many people couldn't stop laughing. Let's get into it.
Who wants to be petty with me? Come on, I know you do. I need every melanated person. I don't care if you Black, Muslim, Asian, Latino, every last one of y'all. I need everybody to go over to Facebook and find this page and
True that. Black Planet. Remember that shit? So come on, man. Again, only black people only believe that white people can't do it because of slavery. But you started slavery, niggas. So that argument goes out the window. You just the recent person who's been violated by it. That's all. You're just a recent victim. But you started the shit. So you can't be acting like they can't have their own spaces because of racism. I mean, because of slavery, which is a couple hundred years ago. That shit you ain't never been a part of that or victim of that. So again, they're feeling this way is because melanated people talk the way they do. Melanated people feel that we're inclusive, and usually on an individual scale we are. But when we get around a bunch of us, we can clown out. We can clown like a mug and leave people feeling left out. When it's a bunch of us, individually, we accept anybody. We meet anybody on the street. Most of us, we don't care who it is. Most of us, if we meet somebody on the street, we're accepting no matter what race that person is. But when we get around each other, we can clown and act stupid. Don't act like we can't. That is the thing. We can clown and act stupid when we get around each other. So again, they feel that shit. You think like white people and other races, quote unquote, so-called races, don't see that type of shit and feel anything by it, and then think, oh, I can't have the same type of camaraderie with my own people. I can't celebrate what we've done in history in the past and all that type of stuff. Again, you can't have a double standard. If you can do it, melanated people, and be proud of who you are and the things that you've done in history in the past and things you've contributed to the world, then Caucasian people can too, even though their contributions are probably going to be much less. Not probably. Their contributions are going to be much less, going to be like that compared to what you've done, but still they can celebrate them. There we go.
join it. Baby, we are overflowing in that. We have invaded I love being white space, and they are not happy. You are not going to be making pages talking about other races of people and thinking we're not going to come and sit down and have a good old time. I already joined. And they are not happy about us being in there. They are really upset, but the damn admin left it open. She not
like when y'all black ass show up to exclusive country club trying to get an application. Phil, nigga, how your ass found out about this place?
Taking people at the door. So go ahead and overflow that. Make it be a multiracial. I love being everything but white in this. One thing I do love is ruining a racist day. And they are not happy about us being in there. And I don't care. So everybody, and I do mean every.
Oh, wait a minute. Some bitch ass gay ass nigga named Antonio Anderson. But your bitch ass nigga. Obviously you new nigga to my channel. I got time for you today, nigga. Get your bitch ass off my channel. You don't got to be here, nigga. You sobbing my nuts, nigga. I ain't watching your channel, nigga. So while you here gobbling my nuts, nigga, you can shut up. Cause I ain't learning from you. Hoe ass nigga. Fuck out of here. Lost your fucking mind, nigga. I got time for all you bitch ass niggas. Today, hoe ass nigga. You caught the right one today, bitch Antonio Antonio. Yo, Antonio, you must be kidding Antonio Fargas, nigga. Walking around here in some platform shoes with goldfish at the bottom, nigga. Where your brim hat at? Antonio Fargas, nigga. Around here sliding on one broke-ass goldfish shoe. Get your bitch ass out of here. Nigga limping down the street with one goldfish shoe. Antonio Fargas. Antonio. Get your bitch ass out of here, nigga. Antonio. Want to say, get this dude off the goddamn internet because he don't hate white folks. You don't hate white folks like me, nigga. You don't hate you don't hate white folks like I do. Like my dumb coon ass do. Nigga. No, I don't hate white people. I call balls and strikes, nigga. White people hurt me, I call it out. Niggas hurt me, I call it out. Anybody, I call it out. Get your bitch ass out of here, nigga. Sitting up here gobbling my balls on Saturday, nigga. Nigga, what the hell you doing? No diddy. Gobbling my journalist balls. Nigga. Nobody looking at your channel. Moving along. So just saying, people, you can't have no double standard. You can't be proud to be who you are and say other people can't be proud to be who the hell they are. They had every right, every much as right to be proud of who they are as you do. Even if everybody's ancestors have done some fuckery. Period. That's just how it is. Everyone's ancestors have done some fuckery. And if you're being honest, because we've been here the longest, that means our ancestors did the most fuckery. And we're being honest. If you've been somewhere the longest, that means you did more shit than anybody else, right? If I'm the oldest, I've done more shit. So that's the truth of the matter. So moving along. In nigga news. In other nigga news. I'm just saying. Now you can get in there and watch, sit back and listen. You can talk crazy, you can clown, you can joke around, but nigga, act like they're not supposed to have that space is what I'm saying. It's most people who act like they're not supposed to have their own space. Get in there and clown and do all if you want if you feel that you a jokester and all that type of stuff, but to act like they're not supposed to have the space. But also infiltrating the space is also pretty bad because if white people did it to niggas and got in there and start clowning, niggas would feel some way about it. Don't act like you wouldn't. Niggas would feel some way about it if they had their own space and white people started getting in there and start talking crazy. Start talking like, acting like they was black, start talking like black people and all that type of stuff. We feel some way about it. So can't be a double standard is all I'm saying. Moving along. The Nolan Wells case. Apparently somebody's about to get arrested. Shout out to that melanated judge who came out and said that if this was a white kid who had died hanging around a bunch of black kids, if there was a white kid who had died hanging around a bunch of black kids and all these inconsistencies in the stories is popping up, nobody can find the phone, Nimmy can find the phone, Instagram and Snapchat's erased after the nigga's death. His body wasn't on the island. Then they find the body on the island where they searched already a bunch of times. All this stuff going on, them niggas would be in jail. Them niggas would be in all the jails. they would take them niggas on a jail tour. Today, guys, we have San Quentin. How you doing? Hey, go ahead, check it out. We have this is the P area over here, and then we have the bunk area right here, and yeah, I guess that's it. So let's go to another. We're going down to Alcatraz, everybody. Let's go. They would have gave these niggas the tour of all the prisons in America if it was a white kid that died with that much suspicion attached to it. But no Caucasians, no Caucasoids in jail yet. Well, maybe one going to jail.
Maritime law is a special body of law designed to govern issues on sea. Every boat and boat operators are expected to abide by these laws or face punishment. Now, one of maritime law's biggest things stress for boat operators.
My bad. Let me go back.
Reporting live from Myers Club, I+ News, I'm John Napa. As more information comes out in regards to the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, it gives us more understanding as to what happened that day, as well as what could happen next. On Wednesday, it was revealed that Wells' parents and representatives would meet with Mississippi DA Angel Myers McIlrath to begin looking at the next steps into the case, as the DA would confirm she would now be presenting the investigation to the grand jury. Now, upon researching what we currently know about the case, Nolan's friend and operator of the boat can now be expected to face a series of charges under maritime law. For those who don't know, in general, maritime law is a special body of law designed to govern issues on sea. Every boat and boat operators are expected to abide by these laws or face punishment. Now, one of maritime law's biggest things stressed for boat operators is known as duty of care, which is a legal obligation requiring ship owners, operators, and employers to protect crew members and passengers from harm by maintaining a safe and seaworthy vessel. Now, one thing that looks to be going under the radar is that a passenger is technically considered anyone who left with you on a boat you are operating, and at all times you as the boat operator are deemed responsible for their safety. Now, despite the circumstances that Wells supposedly wanted to stay, it still can be argued that he's still a passenger of the boat that would leave Horn Island at 4:30 p.m. And the fact that Wells was left with no communication, given that his phone was on the boat, makes things worse for the operator. Again, a boat operator's responsibility is to return the specific passengers they brought out. Now, according to research, despite people being there on Horn Island, still does not fully excuse the boat operator from liability, but it can change the severity of the situation. Now, if it is proven that a recreational boat operator would leave Wells knowingly with no phone and a way to communicate for safety and still left, does confirm that that was negligent behavior on the boat operator's end, which for some cases that involve a loss of life, the operator can be charged with involuntary manslaughter and reckless behavior. Now, another thing that would stand out for many is the already drinking that was proven to be taking place that day. Now, it has not been confirmed if the boat operator himself was drinking, but if he did, that would result in another charge known as BUI, or boating under the influence. Which is why for many, the sheriff's initial reaction to the incident, with no arrest being made swiftly, despite the viral picture of 18-year-old Wells and his friends, seemingly of the same age, holding beers in their hands, was not a sense of conducting a thorough investigation. It made some feel that a cover-up was taking place. Now, in the state of Mississippi, the legal drinking age is still 21.
Really quick, you're talking about maritime law metaphorically, whereas this is actual maritime law. So when you say, yeah, we're on maritime law on land, that's metaphorically, yes. They have the underlying law that they don't tell you about that controls the system is maritime law. But that's for when you're in the court. Also, you know, your statuses and all that are determined by maritime law. But this is just actual maritime law. This is just regular, everyday law on the water with the boat. So this is not the sovereign maritime law that you're talking about.
Now, to tie it all together, if the toxicology report comes back and Wells was deemed intoxicated at the time of his death, it will multiply the boat operator's liability due to the effects of alcohol in judgment. One of Wells' friends, Tracy Shepard, who is assumed to be around the same age as Wells, would publicly confirm that there was drinking in an interview with ABC News. He said that he and his group of friends, which included Wells, had been drinking alcohol since the late morning. Now, going back to Wells being separated from his phone, in which his parents would point out was an immediate red flag. If it is proven that the boat operator ultimately left with Wells' phone on purpose.
Thank you, man. Every time I see them niggas all with no shirts on, hanging on to each other, touching niggas. Hey, nigga, y'all some nigga. This is new gay shit, nigga. Cause goddamn, this got to be some new gay shit right here. Cause goddamn, I ain't never had no goddamn inclination to be touching bodies with no niggas who ain't got no shirts on. What the hell's going on? That's these new kids.
Without Wells' consent, it can be viewed as a level of theft. To note, Wells' family had to reportedly track his phone down to get it back. So for some, it does not appear that his phone was willingly returned. As reported here, GPS and audio have now been released from that day. And according to an extended version of the toll call made, there were about 7 people on the boat, according to the boat's operator. Now, it is unclear what specific boat was driven that day, but upon looking up the boat's vessel number, it looks to be a 2000 Triton boat, which comes in different sizes. Now, if it was also discovered that the boat was past capacity, it can lead to another issue for Wells' friend and boat operator. Now, despite all these proven possibilities, the governor of Mississippi may have exposed himself as either not knowing maritime laws or for some is trying to cover up the wrongdoings in this case. On Wednesday night, the governor of Mississippi would finally share his public reaction and would upset viewers by stating that he hasn't seen any signs of foul play with what he's seen so far.
I don't know all of the facts surrounding the case. I've yet to see a fact or a piece of evidence that suggests any foul play. But if there is, I feel confident that the sheriff's office, the district attorney's office, the members at the Department of Public Safety that deal with these crimes, if there had been one, they will find it and they will do what is necessary.
Now, part of his statement, the governor would also confirm that he and Sheriff Ledbetter, who is leading the investigation, are really close. For many, the movement Justice for Nolan appears to be a cry out to a justice system that is supposedly to hold no one above the law, especially when people have been arrested and swiftly apprehended by police for lesser crimes. Nolan Wells will be laid to rest on Monday in Ocean Springs, and his preliminary autopsy.
So hopefully, that drunk driving on the water, they're going to get him for drunk driving on the water. Now, I think something else happened. But damn, I'm running behind. Hold on. My camera's running a little behind, so. But I think something else happened. That something happened. They said he was at that party in the morning. So they basically went back. There was a party at somebody's house, at the pool party, and they said that he got in a fight at the party, and then he was coughing up blood or something. And so they said a couple of guys were beating on him, was beating him up in the back where the pool was. He was coughing up blood. So I'm still waiting on that part of the investigation to come to light. Yeah, that's what I just said. Yep, they just said he got beat up. So they're just finding anything that they can to charge the guys with. This is the parents and and all them. They're trying to look for anything that they can to charge the kids with, because everyone can't be innocent of what happened and the story be this convoluted. Something is shady. So somebody going to jail. This dude ended up dead and he shouldn't be dead. So somebody going to jail. Because if it was just an accident, everybody would have the same story. It would all add up. It would be no inconsistencies here, no weird shit over here. It would just be this happened, and that happened. The end. But that ain't no. This person says the girl said something different. He was leaving the island, but he was staying on the island. Then they searched the island a bunch of times, then found his body in a place that they searched a whole bunch of times. Like, this just that all this shit don't make no sense. Even the second independent private autopsy didn't find any signs of foul play. They're just waiting for toxicology and lung samples to come back to confirm the drowning. So I didn't see the autopsy, the second autopsy. When did that come out? The second autopsy came out and they said there was no evidence of foul play. Okay. Now I got to see that for myself. I didn't see that. So not that I don't trust you. Cognitive dissonance. I just got to see stuff for myself. I'm a first-hand knowledge brother, man. He says, one day as black people are going to say, I was talking about somebody, I was talking with that, about that with somebody the other day. I said, the only saving grace that Caucasian people have right now is that melanated people still care. When they get to, what is it, the niggas who, the bomber niggas who strap the shit on their backs and blow themselves up. When they get to that mentality mode, they don't give a shit. White people, that's a wrap for you niggas. When niggas just don't care no more about the consequences of their action. Right now, niggas still care about the consequences of their action. When they don't give a shit about the consequences of the actions, because they know that no matter what you do, the shit is stacked against you in this bitch. Now, I'm going to say you should be taking over the legal system. That's what we need to infest and invade the legal system and take that bitch over. We should have done that a long time ago. But a system that is oppressing you, why would you not take it over? I'm going, if somebody's beating me with a certain style, I'm going to go learn and master that style to learn the weaknesses in the style. Y'all never done that. Man, y'all got to get over here and do that shit. Last thing I got real quick is people, the white folks, speaking of Caucasoids tripping about blacks. Mark Lamont Hill, I don't usually agree with him on anything lately because he a woke ass coon. He's not coon, but he's woke as fuck. And he's a Democrat. But he's one of the more masculine Democrats. Now he used to be on Dr. Malachi York. He used to live there on the Edenton, Georgia, the site where they built the pyramids and stuff. Mark Lamont Hill used to live there. So, he was very indoctrinated into Malachi York stuff. So he knows a lot of black history. This is the reason I brought that up. So he gets on the show with all these nerds talking about Lupita Nyong'o and race swapping in movies, and he smashes them. Now they didn't give him enough time because he was so smart and he was smashing them, so they cut it. They only gave him 2 chances to speak, where everybody else was speaking all day. But with his 2 chances, he got it in there, breaking them down, talking about all this. You worried about race swapping? Okay, let's go back and talk about this. So shout out to Mark Lamont Hill. I don't give you too many shout outs, but I got to give him one today.
So my question for you is, when watching a fantasy movie, do you care if the casting isn't accurate, or do you think anything goes in a made-up world? And for me, it is pretty simple. I mean, I love watching movies. I probably watch, me and the family go to movies like 2-3 times a month. I can enjoy a movie. But to be honest, I could really care less, unless it's something like the Black Panther movie, where if you cast an Asian guy as T'Challa, it might be a little weird. So, I mean, we can't go into extremely weird, doesn't make sense. His parents are both Black, African. It doesn't make any sense. But for what we're talking about today, the Odyssey movie, why are people crying? I just hear a bunch of bitching and complaining about things, a part of the story that does not matter. These are the same people that cried when, what's the movie? The Little Mermaid was Black.
I'm going to get to the commentary because he keep talking for a minute. So let me get to
Ice.
Let me get to Mark Lamont Hill's part.
Fine. And let's get into this conversation here. Hey, I got a quick question for you. Do you like the show and get you a shirt?
American actress. Exclusive stay here. Now, Victor teed this up by saying at the start, Mark Lamont Hill. So welcome to the 3 of you. And Victor's kindly agreed to stay here. Now, Victor teed this up by saying at the start, critical drinker. The fuss exclusively about the choice of having Lupita Nyong'o, a Black woman, African-American actress, playing Helena Troy was, somehow wrong. That because mythology has her, even though she's not a real person, has her as a white woman, this shouldn't have been the case. What is your view?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth keeping in mind that something like...
Really quick, he's far removed from the Nawabian nation of Moors. He's not that no more. He's not a conscious Black dude no more. Not like that. He's fully systemized, woke, Black Democrat, Black Caucus, Democratic Black Caucus. He's all that. Angela Rye, CNN. He's that dude now. He wanted to go that route and be a famous political commentator. So he's not on the consciousness shit anymore. None of that shit. A few years ago, he showed back up on Sa Netter and tried to explain some stuff. He got into it with somebody. I forgot who that was. But he showed up on Sa Netter out of nowhere and tried to break down his position on Sa Netter. But that was the last time I seen him on any Black consciousness shit. But he's not on that. Just so we're clear. Mark Lamont Hill is not on Black consciousness no more. But he smacks them with some shit though in this discourse.
The Odyssey is this epic
case. She has her, even though she's not a real person, has her as a white woman. This shouldn't have been the case. What is your view?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth keeping in mind that something like the Odyssey is this epic fantasy story, but it's fantasy grounded in the real world. It's set within a very specific geographical location and time. And like any geographical location and time, it has demographics of people that are believable in that time and people who are not. And the best way to contextualize this kind of decision is, say you had a movie set in pre-colonial Africa, and one of the tribal leaders was a random white guy, and none of the other characters thought that that was even remotely strange. No one reacted to it, and there was no explanation for it. That's kind of the similar situation to what you have with the Odyssey. It doesn't really make sense contextually, and I think that's what people are reacting to. And this is coming off the back of a period within Hollywood movie making where there has been a lot of rather bizarre race swaps of characters. I mean, if you go back to things like we produced over here in the UK, we've had an Asian Sir Isaac Newton, we've had a black Anne Boleyn. These are real historical characters, but we're now supposed to pretend that they're a completely different race, and it doesn't make sense.
Right, Mark Lamont Hill. Now, once again, very compelling argument. But we got to remember here, now, I'm not a expert. Myth makes sense.
We're going to skip past
in giants into the story. And just for clarification, Lupita, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, Lupita Nyong'o.
Oh, I saw you smirking.
So even his argument is being a little disingenuous, but of course.
Oh, I saw you smirking with derision there, I think. I think I'm right in identifying the nature of the smirk. But if I said to you, look, I'm going to be starring as Othello next week in a massive Broadway version of Shakespeare.
The white dude did star as Othello back in the day. The MOOR. See what I'm saying? They just be obfuscating and forgetting all about the whole hundreds of years of history of Hollywood doing this shit. But the last 10 years or the last 6 or 7 years, when race swapping has been really a thing in Hollywood, all of a sudden, oh, it's a big problem. White people are being wiped out. Like, get your bitch ass out of here.
Shakespeare's great play. Would you feel that would be appropriate, given I'm a white guy?
First, you read my smirk correctly. Your powers of observation and analysis have really sharpened since I started coming on the show. You're welcome. I think for me, the question is always, is it historically accurate? Yes. But also, what's the genre? If it's mythic, if it's fantasy, or if the artist is explicitly saying, hey, we're not playing on historical accuracies precisely because of the fantasy aspect of it, I'm fine with it. But if you're actually not doing that, you're not eyes wide open, you don't show your cards, then it would be a problem. So if you were playing Othello and we had that conversation, I'd be fine with it. The reason I smirked was because there's a long history in Hollywood of white people playing characters that should be black people. I mean, when Charlton Heston as Moses was kind of wild. You know what I mean? Was it Laurence Olivier who played the Mahdi in the 70s?
Lawrence Olivier, white British motherfucker, playing the Mahdi of Sudan. Come on, man. Caucasian British dude, Lawrence Olivier, playing the Mahdi of Sudan. Stop it, man.
This film about Muhammad Ahmed Mahdi in Sudan. I mean, it's fascinating to me to see the outrage now, particularly since the character.
We've got our issues with those pieces of casting as well.
No, you weren't.
Yeah,
I
I'm not sure. I made an entire video about terrible casting choices in Hollywood, and one of them was John.
And of course, one that I can never get over. The one I can never. If you look at the Passion of the Christ, and then you.
So he goes, I made a whole video. So he had to make that because he would look like a racist if he didn't make a counter video saying that I'm not good with all the other race swapping too. However, he's made 20 videos at least on the Odyssey being racist or the race swapping of Lupita Nyong'o in the Odyssey. You only did one video on ancient Hollywood and how they race swap. And you only did that because you had to balance it out, or you thought what you were doing was balancing it out, but you weren't.
Read what Jesus, folks, kind of move and completely.
The column of the New York Times entitled "Does Matt
50 or 60 years ago? I can't do anything about that now."
Daniel Mendelsohn, one of our other panelists here, penned a column of the New York Times entitled.
And also, they're about to make a good point here. The Odyssey, the people in the Odyssey, the soldiers are supposed to be Greek soldiers. Matt Damon is playing Odysseus, the Greek motherfucker, the main character. He ain't Greek. He ain't Greek. His name is Matt Damonos. Matt Damonakos or something like that. Unless that's his name. But they're not tripping because he has pale skin, which shows you it's not about the race swapping, because if you want to say race, then they are two different races. Italian is a different race than Anglo-Saxon. But it's not a different race because they don't think it's a different race because it's the color of their skin makes them the same. So this does show you that they commiserate, that they sync on skin tone. It has nothing to do with race. It's absolute bullshit.
does Matt Damon look Greek? No. So stop complaining about Lupita Nyong'o. In it, he asks, so what is Mr. Nolan up to? As it turns out, the auteur is using Helen, just as the Greek authors did, to provoke, challenge, and discomfort how we think about beauty and identity, about who we are and how we relate to the world. By that criteria, what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it? Well, what I primarily point out for the film is the hypocrisy from Hollywood. If you're trying to be provocative, then you're being subversive. You're just coming out and saying, yes, we're being subversive, we're being provocative with this casting. So it's not the best person for the role. And it's not for authenticity. We're trying to challenge traditional beliefs.
Well, that's okay. Now, CC, once again, this is where how you frame something can mean a lot, because he's saying we're trying to purposely diverse this one role of this character. So therefore, if it's not accurate to the story, therefore the person that we're choosing is not the best person for the role. What if Miss
shut up, man,
changing the acting?
We're trying to challenge for
arguments to try to best fit our narrative.
And it's not for authenticity.
So this guy's name is Nerdrotic. He's like the biggest he's the biggest ranter, dissenter nerd on YouTube. He's the one who invented the term MCU when they put all the women as superheroes in the next phase of Marvel. He created the term MCU and that became super famous and all that type of shit. So usually he's actually a great ranter. He's probably one of the best ranters on the internet. Like his rant videos are great. However, and he has this thing though for white what do you call straight white males being replaced in movies, because obviously he's a straight white male. He thinks they need, now he always clowns representation, but that's what he's decrying against, is him not being represented anymore in Hollywood, which is ironic. That he cries about everybody else crying and he says representation. That's the way he uses the word when he talks about everybody else wanting representation. But now you're crying about white straight males, that's a loose term, white straight males not being represented in movies anymore. So now you want representation. Okay, now you're doing the representation thing. Now he got me on his side because I don't think he's racist. I just think he's pro-white. So a lot of people when you claim that people are racist, they're not racist. They're just pro their race. But this motherfucker fuck with niggas, because one day this nigga he gave Billy D. Williams such a super raving. I mean, I was like, nigga, you know about Billy D like that? That nigga said, and when you say his name, you say his name right. It's Billy D. motherfucking Williams. I was like, nigga. So that bro was like, now you can't be racist saying the nigga name like that. Billy D. motherfucking Williams. He says, when you say his name right. Billy D. motherfucking Williams. Hey, I fuck with him for that. But all of his, I'm not being identified anymore. You can see it. White people their stock is going down. And then you can really see it. It's hitting them. You wouldn't be crying about race swapping if it wasn't affecting straight white males. That's the only reason you crying about race swapping, because when they were doing it to everybody else, we didn't hear none of this shit from you niggas. Now when it's you, 18 million videos a week on the shit. Okay, that's how we getting down.
We're trying to challenge traditional beliefs. Well, that's something Christopher Nolan doesn't usually do. This is a game he doesn't usually play. And let's not forget that these beliefs, these quote unquote values of diversity and inclusion are baked into the awards rules. So they're baked into the company's rules and the awards rules. And we just had a film that completely flopped, Moana, the live action remake that was, touting how authentic it was to that culture.
Really quick. Sorry, I'm stopping this, but I'm reading your comments too. So it says, I disagree. Some people, the Greeks were complaining. We're talking about white folks, these white people, not Greeks, the Caucasians, Anglo-Saxons, who are not complaining that an Anglo-Saxon was playing a Greek person. That's what we're talking about. The Greeks were complaining that no Greeks are in the movie, but the Anglo-Saxons don't give a shit because they're in the movie. The Caucasoids, the Caucasoids, blonde, blue-haired Caucasoids. That's what we're talking about.
Well, that's just a fantasy. Why does it matter? And my argument is, if it doesn't matter, then why change it? It's the motivation behind the change that people sense. And it also is a red flag for how we're going to treat the source material and how we're going to go through. Like I saw this with the Rings of Power. The Rings of Power, they changed, they had black dwarves and black elves. And oh, by the way, they completely went off the text. So it's a red flag for something else. Now, Lupita Nyong'o, if I'm mispronouncing her name, I apologize. But if she's in it for a little bit, like the movie could still be good. It can absolutely still be good, but it's a red flag and it's subversive casting. So it does rile people up. It's meant to rile people up, just like the casting of Black Snake.
What does that mean? It's meant to rile people up. The only ones who are getting upset about this is that they don't want to see a Black person in that role.
No, now Neurotic is making a point when he says it's meant to rile people up. It is. They just changed culture on purpose. They did it on purpose because they do want to take down what they call straight white man culture, patriarchy in America. And also they want to change America. They want to take down America. So America, most societies begin with their culture. Politics come from the culture that's in a society. So if you change the culture, you can change politics. And so masculinity, taking down masculinity while elevating femininity, or feminism, not femininity, feminism. These are how they're trying to change society. So when he says there's an agenda to it, that's what he means. He's saying, yo, they're trying to pump up this and take down this. And that's true. He's absolutely right. They're trying to pump up DEI and woke and Black people, put Black people in more movies and all that. They're doing it wrong, though. I agree with him. They're doing it wrong. I don't think Lupita Nyong'o should have played Helena Troy. But the whole story, somebody just said, wasn't she Black? No, it's a myth. The story is a bunch of mythological poems that they made into a book. So it's not even real. The story not even real. Let's get that straight. So, but as they described her, though, they described her just pale with red hair and all that. So in the book, they described her as pale, red hair, all that type. So she wasn't Black. But they are trying to change society by changing these things that we're used to, that are rooted in our culture, that basically gives rise to our culture. These basic foundational principles that we have that give rise to our culture, man and woman, that type of shit. What's the other thing? Man loves woman. Man is man. Woman is woman. Boy is boy. Girl is girl. These type of fundamental truths that we have, if you can break those apart, then you can break apart the reality of a culture and society. And that's what they're trying to do.
I can't think of a logical reason. Fits. Last time I changed the importance of it.
This guy thinks it's just about racism, and that these guys disagree, or they have a problem with it because of racism. That may be a part of it. And I actually think it's only a small part. I really do. I think this probably wouldn't be a problem if Hollywood wasn't doing it so much. But this is like the straw that broke the camel's back. But like I said, because Nerdrotic, this motherfucker, he talk about Pam Grier. I mean, he love niggas. He talk about Sam Jackson. So he talks about them with reverence and respect that, I don't hear most white people talk about Black folks. So when he talk about them, that motherfucker when he said Billy D motherfucking Williams, that nigga meant that shit. When he said it, nigga, I felt it with his soul, with my soul. That nigga said, that's Billy D motherfucking Williams. So I don't think he's racist, but some does creep in there. Prejudice does creep in there, and pro-race does creep in.
3 million.
Just 3.
I'm sorry, you've been
hit 5.
You've been promoted. It's been promoted by one of my team. Obviously, he just wants to make you sound even more successful and famous and richer than you already are, which is hard to imagine. So only 3 million views. But in it, you say about it, there's this weird assumption that every other culture, race, and ethnic group in the world are entitled to their own unique stories, history, and identity, and it all has to be carefully fenced off and respected. Whereas anything created by white Europeans is treated like some generic all-you-can-eat buffet that everyone's allowed to stick their hands into. Mark Lamont Hill, your response to that?
I'm sorry. Hey, once again, my bad. It is just.
Dude, shut up.
Mark Lamont Hill.
Every year, whenever there's a movie about slaves, I think that feeling is one that every culture and ethnicity and race has. I mean, we have this conversation every year whenever there's a movie about slaves or enslaved people in the United States, and we looked at all the actors aren't Black people; they get played by Brits, and it's a similar conversation internally within the Black community, the African American community in particular, even about Lupita. And so I think that feeling is common. But I think when it comes to European culture, European civilization, I don't see any historical record of that. I mean, the fact that we're still showing the Odyssey, playing the Odyssey, reenacting the Odyssey, rewriting the Odyssey. People make their academic careers just on translations of the Odyssey. We are obsessed with European culture and centering it. And when one film comes out that has an alternate interpretation and a more fantastic, and I mean that in the sense of fantasy, a more fantastic interpretation of it, we act as if, the world is ending. And I don't think we need to do that. I think it's okay to have this type of interpretation. And I think if you were to subject any text or any film to historical scrutiny. If I were to look at any film about the 50s or the 60s, if you look closely enough at the clothes that they're wearing or the music that's playing, there's usually some anachronism there. It just so happens that we're sort of obsessed with this one. And it's finally, in terms of fidelity to the text, most books that are turned into films are not the same as the movie. Go watch The Color Purple. It is absolutely different on screen than what happened in the book. What Spielberg did is very different than what Alice Walker did. That is a normal artistic gesture. And no one is confused about this. And it seems to me that the only people we're worried about, not you guys, but some people are worried about there, is the Lupita one, the smallest character in the film. Again, nobody's Greek. Nobody matches ethnically, nationally, etc. Culturally with these characters, but the only one that seems so out of step that we can't stand it is the black one, and that's why Eartha Kitt made sense, probably because she's not as dark as Lupita, so it wasn't as jarring to people. But the idea that the black characters would be the one that we put on the outside, this is silly. None of them fit.
Well, and of course, always got to be the black.
So that's all he gets to say. They cut him off after that, and they don't let him talk no more. I saw the whole thing. I watched that whole show with Piers Morgan. That's all they let him talk. All the other white people start talking and talking and talking and talking. They don't let Mark talk no more. They don't go back to him at all. He was smashing them, see, with facts. Most of those people on there are dumb historians. None of them are historians, actually. These are two nerds who have nerd channels. These two motherfuckers are white. They know about white people, but they don't know about black people in history. They know they're politicians. They're political historians. And he's just a political commentator. So none of these people are smart about history. They don't know anything about how Greece actually was, but they know how the winners of history portrayed it as it being all white. And so they like that story because that's what they're used to. So Mark comes out and says, nigga, that's bullshit. Y'all just used to that story, but that ain't the real, that doesn't mean it's the real one. That doesn't mean it's the real story that it was. So I love the fact that we coming out here and we smashing on them. Smashing them, showing y'all ain't about to get away with this. It was all kind of melanated people in Greece. It was right there next to Africa. You think niggas wasn't traveling to Greece and tapping them chicks over in Greece? Are you insane? You think niggas wasn't traveling to Greece and tapping all them chicks over in Greece? Stop it. They tried to trip on Zendaya being Athena, but because she light skinned, she didn't get the backlash because she's really light skinned, and she's really what they would have looked like in that time. The Macedonians, they would have looked like her, but they act like no, she would have totally been out of place back in ancient Greece. All right, yeah, y'all racist as shit, but it's racism because they're starting to see all of their, the things that put them on a pedestal, all of their IP, their what do you call it? Their all of their what's the term we're looking for? Their propaganda. That's the word I'm looking for. All the propaganda they've been using this whole time to pump themselves up is falling and slowly dying. And everybody else is being uplifted. Now, artificially uplifted, because melanated people, I don't think you should race swap and put back black people and white people's, creations. Make your own shit. Make yourself great in your own, creative IPs. But, stealing somebody else's stuff, that's just as bad as them stealing your stuff. Don't do that to them. They shouldn't do it to you. You don't do it to them. So, but white people are they're going down the rabbit hole right now. They're seeing themselves being taken down out of society. They've been at the top of the food chain for the last 100 years or so, 100 something years, and now it's dying, and they don't know what to do. So they're lashing out at anything that they can. Culture this, anything in culture, anything they can, they're lashing out at. So hey, I don't really trip about it because I know that we on the rise, and so I don't really trip. Let them have their little tantrums because they can't do shit about it. So you can tantrum the fuck off because you can't do shit about it. But Lupita's fine as hell. let's just have that. So that's it for me, guys. I'm hungry as hell and my throat is dry. Got to get some agua. Appreciate you guys. Thank everybody for hitting the super chats and the cash app. Shannon Ross. Let me see if I missed anybody today. Shannon Ross, did I get you? Yes, I didn't. Get you. Let me get you one more time. One more again.
May the force be with you.
Shannon Ross and everybody else who donated, hit the cash app or the super chat. Appreciate you guys. You know how it goes on these days. It's hot as hell up in here. I don't know how I spent 4 hours in this hot ass day talking to y'all, but hey, I'm about to go in my air conditioned room. I have one air conditioner in one room in this bitch, and I'm about to go take advantage. So thank you everybody for showing up. Everybody, make sure you go to realnagas.com. Make sure you get the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy so that you can get all the good new right here. The Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds book. Get the new Know Your Rights Manual and the new Public Official Bonds book that has all the insurance companies, the cities and counties and states that have become insurance companies to hide where they put their public official bonds and insurance. So it has all of that in there. Took me a minute to do this, but I did it and it's over and I don't have to do it again. Thank God. But now it's here for you. So if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, you get the new. You will be getting this new that gets here on Monday. So shout out to the people who make their order. And also you can order it by itself. Just go to realnagas.com. You can order the book by itself or knowyourrightsfoundation.org. You can order any of these things from knowyourrightsfoundation.org if you want to donate and support Know Your Rights Foundation. You can also go there and donate, just donate, because we do need your help to keep these classes up, these online classes, and the virtual stuff that we do. And as well, we need your support so that we can keep buying books and stuff like that, so we can support the foundation. So appreciate you guys for everything that you do, all your donations, all the support you give. Make sure you go around and talk about Know Your Rights Foundation, because that's as much support as anything else. We need you guys to pump us up, build us up, so that we can get out there and help other people. If you don't want to come here, then don't deny someone else the help that we would give. Spread the word. If you don't want to come, just spread the word so someone else can get the blessings that we're given. So appreciate you guys. We're out of here. I'm out of here. I'll let you later. Thanks everybody for hitting the super chat. Thanks everybody, all my moderators in there for holding it down. Bitch ass and with Antonio Fargus Anderson. Bitch ass nigga. You can kick rocks, Antonio. But I'm out of here. Peace, everybody. I'll let you later. Uh-oh. Man, what happened? Oh, wait, hold on, guys. Don't tell me I can't turn it off. God damn, what the hell just happened? So now, it's funny, just as I'm getting ready to turn this off, the computer messes up again. So let me see if I can turn it off. Peace out, everybody. I'm out of here, dude.
Real Nagas, tap in.